remember working at the pub and started hearing rumours.
Mum, dad, 2 children slaughtered in their own home.
Massive shock to the local community that something so awful could happen to such a lovely family.
This was an all-out slaughter of 4 people.
No one really knew what had happened, how it had happened, or why it had happened.
Are the family involved in some way with organised crime? Is this a contract killing because it's so brutal?
A family wiped out and a man going missing leaves a community asking questions.
Detectives were left pondering, was this missing persons case linked to a quadruple murder case?
There was a point in this inquiry I was thinking if we didn't have bad luck, we'd have no luck at all.
You didn't feel safe in the village.
Police were playing catch-up.
I can't think of another crime of this magnitude in the history of Northamptonshire Police.
In the beautiful Northampton countryside lies the quaint village of Wootton.
It's really lovely. Everyone knows everyone, so it's really chatty, really friendly. Yeah, it is nice, especially to have kids around here.
I love it. I know it's an old village. The church is very, very old, and we're in a conservation area, so people around here are very, very friendly. People have lived here for a long time. There are some families in the village who've been in the village a long, long time, so I think it says an awful lot. Very easygoing, yeah. Good community.
Wootton has a great community spirit. It has a lot of buildings, facilities, open space, considering it's an urban parish. There's the new building, Wootton Fields and Simpson Manor, and then there's the old village, which has got all its old traditional spirit with the church and the old village hall.
You've got the Yeoman of England pub in the village, Working Men's Club, you've got community centre, they put on events, they do a food market every Saturday. Everyone helps each other out, everyone looks out for each other.
So Wootton was the perfect place for Jeff and Helen Ding, originally from East China, to raise their 2 daughters, Zing and Alice.
Jeff was a university lecturer up in Manchester, very educated man in the science field. Helen worked at the local school teaching languages. They had 2 daughters, Zing, also known as Nancy, and then they had a younger daughter, Alice, of whom Nancy was very protective.
Family life was busy, especially as Jeff split his week between home and his work at Manchester Metropolitan University.
I believe Jeff was a senior lecturer here, specialisms in polymers, so synthetic materials. His teaching was at first-year level. We all pride ourselves, giving support to our students, but Jeff really took that to a fantastic level. He spent most of his time with students helping out with various problems that they might have with their studies, for instance. He was actually a hall warden in a halls of residence just on campus. I don't think I ever saw him once lose his temper or ever have any issues with staff. Very easy to get on with.
The Ding's eldest daughter, 18-year-old Zing, was an accomplished musician and preparing to go to university.
Zing came over as being very self-assured, very calm, very capable. She had a wicked sense of humour, and she was quite a live wire. But she managed to be friendly to everybody she met. She was good at everything. She was a remarkable student at school, and she'd already accepted a place at Nottingham University to study medicine.
Like her sister, 12-year-old Alice was also a keen musician.
Alice was quite bubbly. She had one of those smiles that would light up any room. A bit of a cheeky smile, but she was absolutely delightful. Very outgoing. You could tell she was the whole package as a violinist. I think both of the girls had a very strong work ethic, and no doubt that come down to them from their parents.
Both Jeff and Helen worked tirelessly to create a warm and inviting home for their daughters and their friends.
Really welcoming. You could literally turn up and they would invite you in for dinner. They were just such a good family. Like, you would want your kids to be friends with them because they were just the best.
They all seemed very happy and very settled. They loved that family home as well. That was a place they really liked to be. And it is a very nice neighbourhood, I have to say.
But this neighbourhood will never be the same after one fateful bank holiday in 2011.
It was a big holiday weekend. We'd had the royal wedding.
When William and Kate got married, the whole of the parish here was alive with street parties, Union flags everywhere, bunting, a lot of celebration. It was a super happy place.
I was actually working in the pub on the royal wedding. We opened early for it. Not many people actually came in because loads of people around the village were actually throwing street parties.
As the bank holiday weekend comes to a close, neighbours of the Ding family become concerned as they haven't been seen all weekend.
One of the family was due to attend something and they didn't turn up. And then the neighbour went round to see if they were okay and see where they were. The house was in relative darkness, no reply at the front door. That neighbour thankfully was a little bit persistent and went round to the back of the house.
Peering through the kitchen window, the neighbour glimpses what appears to be a body on the floor.
The police are alerted and clearly force entry to the premises.
As the officers enter the house, they discover not one, but two bodies.
Jeff is slumped by a radiator in the kitchen with multiple stab wounds. Helen is by the entrance door between the hall and the kitchen, and she's got multiple stab wounds.
The officers head upstairs and step into a harrowing scene.
Alice and Zing were up in the bedroom. The two girls are on the bed and they've both received a number of fatal stab wounds. You know, it was pretty horrendous.
With 4 members of the same family dead, detectives' first instinct is that the culprit could be amongst the deceased.
Nobody knows the reason that this family have ended up dead. One possible scenario is, and it does happen, is the murder-suicide aspect where a family member has, for whatever reason, killed the other family members and then taken their own life.
With such a heavy police presence, rumours quickly spread across the village.
I remember working at the pub at the time and started hearing rumours, customers coming in saying something really bad had happened, but we were all still unsure of the extent of what had happened.
I first heard through a friend who I live near locally, whose daughter was very good friends with one of the young ladies. So it was horrific locally to everybody. The fact that the family had been there for a while and been not discovered was horrific, and a massive shock to the local community that something so awful could happen to such a lovely family. I wouldn't like to speculate on people's opinions, but to me personally, it felt a bit targeted.
Little did the villagers of Wootton know the scale of the crime that's been committed on their doorstep.
The murder of the Dean family was probably one of the most horrendous crimes I've ever been asked to investigate.
In the village of Wootton, police have discovered a family of 4 dead. Detective Superintendent Glyn Timmins is put in charge of the investigation.
I was at home on Sunday the 1st of May, enjoying the bank holiday weekend, and my colleague alerted me to the fact that he'd been called to the scene of potentially a multiple murder scene.
46-year-olds Jeff and Helen Ding and their 2 daughters, 18-year-old Zing and 12-year-old Alice, have all suffered fatal knife wounds.
I think what you're trying to do initially is you're trying to rationalise it in terms of what's a likely motive. Why would a family be murdered? You could be looking for a crazed, maniacal killer who's randomly struck at a household. You could be looking for aggravated burglars where it's gone horribly, horribly wrong. Are the family involved in some way with organised crime? Is this a contract killing because it's so brutal? You never stop searching your mind for options and potential and possibilities.
In Wootton, the heavy police presence has drawn in local reporter Daniel Owens.
It was around about 10 o'clock on the Sunday night when I first arrived on the scene. There was no information coming from the police. We couldn't speak to officers who were inside the house. All we were getting was the people outside guarding the scene, and they weren't telling us anything. I met a couple of lads down there who knew the family vaguely, and they seemed quite upset at what they'd heard. And there were theories doing the rounds that it was potentially a murder-suicide situation. When you have a man and a woman dead in the same house, one killed the other, turned the knife on himself, etc. And that was certainly something that we expected to be exploring.
But in a fast-moving investigation, it's quickly established that the culprit isn't likely to be one of the family.
Clearly, because of the violence that had been used, it was just obvious to the officers that this was an all-out slaughter of 4 people. The big demand at that stage is, well, there are 2. The first one is the preservation of the scene and to make sure that you extract and harvest every centimetre of forensic evidence that you can get hold of. And the other one is to start thinking about who's done this and why.
With a murderer in their midst, police are also aware that villagers could be at risk.
The overriding factor in terms of the community is fear. Fear of the unknown, fear that it might happen again, fear that there's a killer on the loose, that their homes and their loved ones and their families aren't safe.
Police held a press conference and details started to emerge, and we knew this was a story that we'd never seen the likes of before.
For villagers, the news turns what was a happy bank holiday to celebrate the marriage of Prince William and Kate into a tragic event on their own doorstep.
When everybody's enjoying a day, and it was a beautiful day, it's hard to believe that something so vicious can happen. We were just stunned, really stunned. You can't believe it because you cannot understand, A, why anybody could do that to a family and to children. Yeah, it was a bit of a shock.
Well, I was walking to my grandparents and I saw there was a bit of commotion going on the street. I was about 2 streets away. So, yeah, it was very weird. I don't think I wanted to leave the house for a while. I think it made everyone a bit more cautious about what was going on.
People were very on edge. I mean, I wouldn't walk on my own anywhere. I think you didn't feel safe in the village anymore. You don't ever feel like something like that's ever going to happen in a little village.
I was absolutely devastated. I really could not get my head around it. It was a very, very sad day. Not just for me, but for all of my colleagues, for the whole community that we work in here.
As the community mourns, police need to establish exactly when the Ding family were killed.
The initial response is pretty much routine. You're starting to set up initial house-to-house inquiries, not structured formal ones, but sort of people knocking doors. Have you seen anything strange or suspicious? Has there been any screams, shouts, noises?
But the neighbours haven't seen or heard anything.
Effectively, we've got 4 people who've been slaughtered in their own home and very little else by way of information.
As each member of the family is examined, it's apparent that whoever was responsible carried out a frenzied attack.
The results of the post-mortem showed the true extent of the brutality involved. The family were subjected to a total of 51 stab wounds between them, with Jeff and his wife killed in the kitchen and the girls killed upstairs in their bedroom trying to hide from their killer.
In the house, a possible murder weapon is found. It's been cleaned and left on the kitchen worktop. And as police comb the scene for clues, they find a puzzling item in the Ding's letterbox. It's a calling card from West Midlands Police, and it's been left just hours before the bodies were discovered.
The visit took place on the Sunday morning, quite early on. Obviously, no reply at the front door, but it's early on a Sunday morning. Not unreasonable for people to be in bed. It's a bank holiday weekend. The officers got no reply.
Why had the police visited the Ding's home early that morning? Who did they want to speak to? And was this in some way connected to their murders?
Someone I'd worked with previously was a detective superintendent in West Midlands. He rang me to say, was I aware of this missing persons inquiry?
Police had visited the Dings in relation to a missing persons inquiry, that of 52-year-old An Zhangdu.
An Zhangdu was a native of China and came over here in the late 90s with his wife, and he ran a herbal medicines business which he ran with the Ding family for some time.
An Zhang had left his home on the bank holiday Friday, 2 days before his business partners, the Ding's bodies, were discovered.
An Zhangdu left his wife at home watching the wedding while he boarded a train to Birmingham, where he went into his business premises.
He was going to open up the shop, albeit a bank holiday, albeit Kate and William's wedding. He'd gone in to do some work. When An Zhangdu didn't return from work, his wife, she started to become concerned about him, where he might be, what state he was in.
It was totally out of character for him, and she was tearing her hair out with despair at where he was.
At some point later in that day, she reported him as a missing person to West Midlands Police.
An Zhang's wife also described the night before he went missing, and an unexpected knock at their door late at night.
Court officers turned up at An Zhangdu's house and served court documents. The ultimate outcome of the service of that court process would have resulted in bankruptcy for Mr. Du and his family. Mr. Du did not sleep that night. He was pacing up and down. He was clearly angry, agitated. It really had disturbed him.
The missing persons inquiry was raised on the Saturday, and as part of that investigation, police attended An Zhangdu's business premises in Birmingham, where they found a note, effectively saying goodbye to his wife.
Leaving a note and with no contact for 4 days, police consider the possibility An Zhang has taken his own life.
Clearly, you know, in terms of mindset, in terms of where he was at mentally at that stage, that would ring significant alarm bells for both, obviously, his wife and the police investigating his disappearance.
Police want to know, what was An Zhangdu's fate? Could he also have been a victim of the Ding's killer?
What detectives were left pondering was whether the missing persons case was now linked to a quadruple murder.
But what detectives uncover next points not only to An Zhang's fate, but also a motive for murder.
There was this legal dispute over business between the two families, and that there was a strong possibility that something had led to a coming together of Mr. Du on the one side and the Ding family on the other.
The quiet village of Wootton has been shocked by the mass murder of the Ding family. University lecturer Jeff, language teacher Helen, and their daughters Zing and Alice. All 4 have been found stabbed to death.
Wootton was not an area affected by crime, yet all of a sudden the world's media descended on their doorstep. It went from 0 to 60 in seconds.
I doubt anybody in the country had really heard about Wootton Parish. And suddenly it was all over the news, headline news. It was shocking that actually somebody had murdered somebody in our village, and it's suddenly all over the world. On the BBC, for want of a better word, suddenly Wootton is there. It's just bizarre.
It's just a normal village that people come to and live or work or whatever. Just a normal village. When we heard what happened, how it happened, You can't believe it because you cannot understand why anybody could do that to a family and to children. Yeah, it was a bit of a shock.
Police have linked another investigation to the Dings murder, that of a missing persons inquiry for former business partner An Zhang-du. He disappeared just days before the family of 4 were found, and it's been discovered that both families were at war.
An Zhang-du and his wife had been involved in a bitter legal dispute with the Dings since 1999. It had been rumbling on for a long time. This relates to a breakdown in a business relationship.
This falling out resulted in a 10-year legal battle, which culminated in a late-night visit from lawyers.
Du and his wife had been served with a court injunction ordering them to repay £88,000, which forced them into a financial black hole and near bankruptcy.
This is a man that's completely at 6s and 7s. He's been knocked completely off his axis in terms of his future and what's going to happen to him.
Du clearly felt massively aggrieved. He'd put his life's work into this business and had it torn from underneath him, really.
That's when the bells start ringing and you've got the basis of a real solid motive for homicide.
Police believe An Zhang-du's anger at being summoned to pay the Dings an £88,000 settlement makes him a prime suspect. But they have yet to find any evidence which connects him to the crime.
What we would have to do is put Mr. Du at the scene of the murders.
All eyes turn to tracking An Zhang-du's movements on the day he went missing. He's first spotted on CCTV at his business in Birmingham.
He left the shop probably within 10 or 15 minutes of having arrived there.
He's next seen heading to a train station.
We traced him to New Street, so therefore we knew which train and platform he was on.
An Zhang-du then boards a train to Northampton.
There's CCTV footage of him on an escalator at Northampton bus station. So we know he transferred from the train station to the bus station. We then know that he got onto a bus that went to Wootton Village, and there is CCTV of An Zhang-du actually asking the driver of that bus for directions. Obviously, he was trying to establish where Jeff and Helen's house was in Pioneer Close.
So if you see down the road and you see the bus stop just down the road, that's where he came off the bus to come into the village. He got off and he came down this way and I think went into the local store and asked for directions. So why would you think if somebody's asking you directions that there's anything the matter? You just think he's going to meet friends on that special day.
This represents a significant milestone in both inquiries. The person at the heart of the missing persons case, An Zhang-du, has been placed in the vicinity of the Dings family home on the day they were murdered.
So we're now putting him closer and closer to the scene, and subsequently we have the sighting of a gentleman of Chinese appearance stood outside the Ding family household, probably about 4 o'clock on the afternoon of the 29th. So it's getting more and more and more likely that that person is An Zhang-du.
Now a prime suspect in the murder of a family of 4, police need to find out where he went next. But then the trail goes cold. An Zhang-du isn't seen on CCTV either leaving the area on foot or by bus.
There was an understandable level of fear among neighbours. 4 of their friends, including 2 young children, had been killed, and the person responsible hadn't been apprehended. He was on the loose. Where was he? Would he return? Would he do it again?
With days since the murders took place and no idea where the suspect could be, detectives examine every possible angle.
He's already got a 2-day head start on us. What we discovered in house-to-house routine inquiries is that the Ding family, their family car had gone in for service, and as a result they'd been given a hire car or a courtesy car to run around in, and that car was not at the Ding family household.
Police were now able to issue a name and a picture of their main suspect with a warning not to approach him in any circumstances. They revealed the car he was driving, and the country was put on alert to help find this man who was wanted in connection with 4 brutal murders.
The manhunt for An Zhang-du puts all forces across the UK on alert.
Police investigating the murders of a family of 4 in the village of Wootton, Northampton, have released information on a man wanted for questioning. 52-year-old Chinese national An Zhang-du was last seen 4 days ago, driving a silver Vauxhall Corsa. Members of the public are being advised not to approach him.
The pressure's immense, and it's a responsibility not just on your own professional reputation, but, you know, there's a community out there who expects the police to capture somebody who's this dangerous.
Key to tracking An Zhang-du is using automatic number plate recognition cameras.
We were hoping that modern technology such as ANPR, which is a very, very standard form of police inquiry, would help us out in that situation.
After multiple inquiries, a lead comes in. The stolen car's number plate triggered a camera on the night of the murders at a service station just outside Northampton on the M1.
And it showed that that vehicle, that hire vehicle, had been there at about 10:15 on the evening of the 29th. And An Zhang-du had been in to buy some chocolate or a drink, and importantly, a map book.
But where An Zhang is going, detectives don't know. ANPR cameras are checked, and there's no sign of the stolen car on any road in the UK. An Zhang-du has vanished.
At this point, police had no idea of An Zhang-du's whereabouts. Was he dead? Was he alive? Was he even in the UK?
While the manhunt intensifies, the Ding's friends and family are trying to come to terms with what's happened.
There was great sorrow from the students, especially those who were close to him doing projects and so on with him. A great sense of shock and sorrow that someone that helped them so much, of course, now is no longer with us.
For Zing and Alice's friends, meeting at their first county orchestral practice is a traumatic time.
It affected many of the other students very deeply. At orchestral rehearsals in the following week, flowers were left on their chairs. You know, teaching is one thing, but no one can prepare you for... How does a teacher cope with this? I don't know. No one prepares you for that.
For Jeff's family, struggling with the loss is only compounded by the grief of not knowing why this happened.
Actually, I first learned from the internet news, and I was completely shocked. I even cannot finish the news. Okay, once I saw the picture, I just, I cannot believe there's a 4 members all gone. It's just complete shock. Okay, and then I think about my parents. If I cannot, I manage that, think about the parents. They lost their children, their grandchildren, on one day.
Police investigating the murders of a family of 4 from Northampton have said they're concentrating their inquiries in London after a car stolen from the property was found parked near the Edgware Road.
After weeks of searching, the police get their first lead on their hunt for An Zhang-du, and it's created major problems for the investigation.
Unfortunately for us, Mr. Du, in his stolen hire car, managed to get all the way to St John's Wood in London without triggering a single police ANPR system. There was a point in this inquiry I was thinking if we didn't have bad luck, we'd have no luck at all, because not only did he miss ANPR, but when that car's parked in a side street in St John's Wood, The car is ticketed 9 times in 11 days, so we're now 13 days behind now. That's a significant problem in an investigation, because if you can go more or less anywhere in the world in 2 days, the world is literally your oyster in 13.
Whilst Du could be anywhere in the world, police concentrate their search in London.
Anyone who's been to London knows how easy it is to become anonymous in a city of that size and what opportunities there are to disappear within various communities. Obviously that was a huge concern to us, because if Ang Zhang Du wanted to lie low, then there's no finer place for him to do that and become anonymous and not be troubled too much. We're back to needle in a haystack time.
House-to-house inquiries uncover CCTV footage of Ang Zhang Du abandoning his stolen car in the early hours of the Friday night. Which reinforces detective suspicions that he's still in the area. The investigation moves to Chinatown in London's West End, and officers hand out wanted posters.
Obviously, language is an issue, although clearly most of the Chinese community within those areas will speak English. I think the most difficult cultural barrier is a natural reluctance to become involved with the police. And some people, even thought it was bad luck to put posters in shop windows and things like that. So, you've got to overcome those, but all you can do is reach out and engage and try and gain their confidence, but it certainly doesn't make it easier.
Whilst he's made it to London, police intel suggests that Ang Zhang Du wouldn't have gone far.
He was described to us as somebody innocuous, someone who probably would struggle to find his way round of his own volition,
Little did police know just how wrong this intel would prove to be.
Du had made his way through France and Spain and had been seen getting on a ferry from Tangier to Morocco. He'd also been stopped at a border in Algeria. With multiple sightings, this had now become an international manhunt.
Police hunting for a man suspected of murdering a family of 4 from Wootton Village in Northamptonshire have put out a reward of £25,000 for information which could lead to his arrest. Detectives say there have been over 380 sightings of Ang Zhang Du across Europe, but the 52-year-old has now been missing for almost a year.
Having reviewed over 5,000 hours of CCTV footage and interviewing over 2,000 people, police have discovered that Ang Zhang Du is no longer in the country.
It's a mind-blowing thought, because literally there are 6 billion people in this world. Where do we start? Which country do we start with? You're just thinking, oh my goodness, where do we go from here?
I doubt anybody in the country had really heard about Wootton Parish. And suddenly it was all over the news, headline news. This guy had come into our parish, he'd committed these dreadful murders, and then he was running off around the world where they couldn't find him. It put Wootton for a while in the news.
It was strange having Wootton put out there like that.
Through CCTV analysis, police have uncovered Ang Zhang Du's journey from Wootton to London and then onwards.
He took a coach to the coast and then over to Paris, then onwards to a Spanish port. And the long and short of it is, by the time the police became aware of the bodies, he was out of the country. He's gone.
The police reach out to forces around the world and decide to travel to Spain.
Detectives had issued an appeal on the Spanish version of Crime Watch, and that appeal went out far and wide across the country.
That broadcast was seen also in Morocco, and my understanding is that as a result of that, a supervisor or foreman on the building site where Ang Zhang Du had been working as a labourer, He alerted the local authorities, and the local authorities arrested Ang Zhang-du after something like 14 months of being on the run.
Yeah, I remember when they caught him, I remember thinking, how on earth did he get there? Unnoticed and working, actually. How is he working? It shows they don't have the same laws that we have here about working. But yes, it was great. It was a good feeling to know he'd been caught.
I remember when the news broke out that he was being extradited back to the UK to be charged for the murders. Everyone felt like justice was finally going to be done.
But even though Ang Zhang-du is safely locked up in a Moroccan jail, it's another 6 months before he's returned to the UK and charged with 4 counts of murder. It's taken over 2 years, but the trial into the murders of 4 members of the Ding family begins at Northampton Crown Court.
Surprisingly, Du pleaded not guilty in the court case. His version of events was that he'd gone round there to simply talk to the Du family and things had spiralled out of control.
The issue for this trial was not so much whether he killed the Ding family, it's whether he did it as a murderer of sound mind or whether there was some kind of diminished element.
The court hears how on the 29th of April 2011, Ang Zhang-du was furious after he received a court order after a lengthy legal battle with Jeff and Helen Ding. His assets were frozen and he was ordered to pay the Dings £88,000. So, while the nation watched William and Kate get married, Ang Zhang-du had gone to his shop to pick up a kitchen knife. Then, he headed towards the village where the Ding family lived.
My belief is that when he left for New Street Station just after 11, he was going to Wootton in Northamptonshire with one thing on his mind, and that thing was murder, the ultimate revenge.
Ang Zhang-du admits he entered the Ding's house via the back gate and finds Jeff Ding in the kitchen. They argue, and he stabs Jeff multiple times before attacking his wife Helen. He then goes upstairs and kills Zing and Alice. They are both huddled together in one bedroom.
What I can't reconcile, what I'll never be able to understand, is when that anger, that evilness, that bile is such that it makes a grown man climb a set of stairs, enter a room with 2 young girls cowering on a bed, frightened beyond description, and then plunge a knife into both of them and fatally wound them both without any compunction or restriction, just to execute 2 young. I'll never get over it. I'll never understand it.
During the trial, the jury also hears a recording of a 999 call. It was made by one of the girls when they heard Ang Zhang-du attacking their parents.
It transpired that a 999 call had been made from the property at the time of the killings. Police had responded to the call but had been sent to the wrong address and had no answer, and therefore the case was effectively closed.
I've heard that tape recording. It's horrific. Absolutely horrific. And those screams, I won't forget them, because I know what was happening when those girls were screaming, because a murderer had entered the room and was in the process of fatally murdering those 2 girls. Absolutely. I can't reconcile myself to that action. It's horrendous.
As the trial progresses, further details emerge about what happened after Du murdered the family.
After killing the family of 4, Du stayed in the house for 6 hours and actually went to sleep.
He then takes the time to wash the kitchen knife that he brought with him and leaves it on the kitchen worktop before stealing money and the Ding's hire car. He manages to evade authorities for over a year. But after a 2-week trial, Ang Sang Du is found guilty of all 4 counts of murder.
Ang Sang Du was found guilty of multiple murders and was sentenced to 40 years in prison, the longest sentence ever passed down in the history of courts in Northamptonshire.
With all due respect, Ang Sang Du is exactly where he should be in terms of the crime he committed and public safety.
The community were pleased that something so barbaric had gone full circle, really, and the man who had carried out this dreadful crime had been put away.
The fact that he's never going to get out of prison, yeah, but it still should never have happened. But they've got as much justice as possible.
After 10 years, those that knew the family are still coming to terms with the loss.
I don't think there's ever any way that justice can ever really be done that can make up really for what happened. There isn't, and that's the closest we can get. And whatever punishment he got is never going to make up for for what happened that day.
I suppose there was some sense of, okay, that's over now, but you're never going to get those girls back, ever, and that's going to remain with me for the rest of my life.
Ang Sang Du will be 92 years old before he's eligible for release. But for Jeff's brother, Ji Xiang, life will never be the same.
I cannot accept, the reality, basically. And then I think about my parents. They lost their children, their grandchildren, on one day. I have many questions to ask him. Among them, the only one question that strikes me most is, I want to ask him, how could you stab a knife into an innocent girl's heart? Not once, but twice. How could you do that? An innocent girl, you get that in. I'm not that confident whether I can rebuild my life anymore. I don't think my life will be the same again as before.
He just couldn't believe that he'd lost another son. Just really broke him.
When the villagers found out, they were shocked because it's such a quiet, peaceful village.
It was a pre-planned and well thought out murder.
In April 2003, the Nottingham village of Edwinstowe was shocked by the news that one of its residents had been found dead in the room of a local hotel, with his wrists and his neck elaborately bound. Was this a bondage session gone wrong? Or was it murder?
In the heart of Sherwood Forest is the Nottinghamshire village of Edwinstowe. Legend has it that the village church was where Robin Hood married Maid Marian, and it still retained all of its charm.
Edwinstowe is a quiet village. It's a very tight-knit community, lots of very friendly people, people willing to talk to you on the street and help you out when you're in need.
On the evening of 25th of April 2003, panicked Edwinstowe resident Carol Croydon contacted her brother-in-law concerned about her missing husband, Philip.
I had a phone call from Carol asking me if Phil was with me. I said, no, he's not with me. Why was there a problem? She said he'd gone missing and she didn't know where he was. I was just a little worried because it just wasn't like Phil to do that, you know, to disappear without saying anything to anyone. I left it for probably 15, 20 minutes and thinking, you know, what could have happened, where could he have gone? So I called Phil on his mobile. It went straight to Anne's phone as though his phone was switched off. After that, I rang Carol and said, look, I've tried to contact Phil. His phone's just gone straight to voicemail and, you know, I don't know where he is. I contacted my sister, I think, then, and told her what was going off, but not to tell my parents because the amount of stress they've suffered in the past with losing 2 other children. So I didn't want to worry them, so we kept it to ourselves so, you know, we couldn't find Phil and no one knew where he was.
Although he hadn't told his parents, Stephen did share his concerns with his sister.
He told me that Phil had gone missing and he'd been missing overnight, but I shouldn't worry about it because he'd spoken to Carol and Carol had said that she thought maybe Phil was suffering from depression.
Initially, Carol's assurances did the job of calming the family down, but it didn't last long, and they reported Philip missing to the police before going to bed.
I had a few hours sleep, and then when I woke in the morning, the first thing I did was to ring Carol to see if he'd turned up at home. He wasn't at home, and then I just rang his mobile again, and it went straight to Anne's phone again. At that point, I decided maybe I should go and look for him because if it fell out, he may have gone somewhere and just parked up for the night and spent the night in his car. I came and parked down here on the Saturday morning about 8:30 because this is the area where myself and my brother used to fish all the time. I went over to the nature reserve area first, which is one of the popular fishing spots where we used to go. Couldn't see anything. Then went down to the church over there, nothing down there. I then drove across the bridge and down towards the river, searching all the lakes, but I couldn't see anything.
By now, Stephen's brother Philip had been missing for over 10 hours.
At that point, I was very worried because him not responding to any calls, not letting anyone know where he was, totally out of character for Phil. Normally, you know, he's very family loving and he wouldn't put us through any, especially Mum and Dad, he wouldn't put us through that sort of stress. So at that point, I feared there was something worse.
I'd just got flashes of my mum and dad running through my mind, thinking, you know, how they're going to cope losing another brother, another son.
In the early hours of the 26th of April, a shocking discovery was made 36 miles from Edwinstowe.
We received a phone call from an employee of a hotel that had found a body in the bedroom of the hotel. Officers arrived at the room in question and it was immediately apparent that there was blood at the scene, and the man himself had got his hands tied. He'd also got a scarf across his eyes, at the back of his head. It's certainly an unusual set of circumstances.
Immediately, police set about organising what they believed to be a crime scene.
Police officers took steps to secure the corridor and the room itself so that no one else was allowed anywhere near it. The senior officer called out for the forensic services and the pathologist to attend the scene. Certainly they spent some considerable time there taking samples for fingerprints, DNA, fibres, that sort of thing. It was apparent from the amount of blood around that it was a suspicious incident. And we were able to identify the man, Mr. Philip Croydon, and that was from his driving licence.
Philip's wife Carol and his family were completely unaware that their worst fears had been realised, but it was the police's job to inform them of the news.
When officers told Carol Croydon that her husband had been found dead in a hotel, she was clearly very distressed.
She was hysterical at the time. She was really, really distraught. She couldn't understand what he'd been doing in a hotel room, and she wanted answers.
Unaware their brother had been found dead, Stephen and Sandra were on their way to Carol's in Edwinstowe to make sure she was okay.
I received a call and was on the way up there to say that Phil had been found in a hotel and he was dead.
It was such a shock that I kind of panicked a little bit, but it's happened and we've got to go and face and find out what the story is.
Stephen and Sandra continued their journey to see their sister-in-law.
When we got to the house, Carol was there. She was upset, but probably not as upset as the rest of us.
When we walked in the house, there were there were probably 5 or 6 police officers there, because Carol had fed him the information that Phil was depressed. So Steve said, I hope he hasn't committed suicide. Obviously thinking about my mum and dad again. Steve, we need to tell my mum and dad. And so the 2 police liaison officers drove with us up to my mum and dad's house.
First went to the parents' address, to Ted and Marg, and the rest of the family were all at their house. I was with a colleague at the time. There was brother and sister, Steve and Sandra. Employed as a family liaison officer, involved with interaction with the victim's family, to interview them about the victim, the lifestyle, the background of that person, and to liaise with them and keep them fully updated with every step of the investigation.
My dad knew straight away that something bad was wrong, and I told him that Phil had died. My dad was probably worse than my mum. He was absolutely distraught. He was in bits. Just kept saying, God, why? Just didn't. He couldn't deal with it. I think with losing 2 sons before that, he just couldn't believe that he'd lost another son. So, just really broke him.
Despite having just received the heartbreaking news about their son, Philip Croydon's parents' thoughts quickly turned to his widow.
Carol stopped and spoke to my dad and my mum for a little while, and then made her excuses, saying she had a headache and she wanted to go to bed, and would I help her to get in bed. My dad kissed Carol as she went upstairs to bed, and told her to try and get some rest.
The family grieved and tended to a distraught Carol.
I went and helped her get undressed and put some pyjamas on and get into her bed, while we all sat downstairs, discussing and kind of guessing what might have happened to Phil.
In the hotel, the police investigation was unearthing more details surrounding Philip Croydon's death.
The Home Office pathologist arrived at the scene, examined the body of Mr Croydon, and it became apparent that he received numerous stab wounds to the back of the neck and also to the chest. The ties that had been tied to his wrists and the scarf that had been placed over his head, it was his opinion that these had been placed or tied on after death. They were so tight that there was no discoloration of the wrists or no reaction when they were untied. And in relation to the scarf that had been placed over his head, he suggested that that would have fallen off in an assault. So it was quite clear that this had happened after death. And it was our opinion that whoever had done this had wanted to make it look like a sexually orientated assault.
Now police were certain they had a murder case on their hands. And whilst Carol was grieving with the Croydon family, they checked a new potential lead. CCTV footage of the previous night from the hotel cameras was found and examined. It showed Philip Croydon entering the hotel alone at 5:09. What officers were hoping was that it would identify Philip Croydon's killer. The police were one day into investigating the death of Philip Croydon from the Nottinghamshire village of Edwinstowe. He'd been found in a local hotel room with multiple stab wounds and his hands and neck bound. Philip's wife Carol had reported him missing on the night of the killing. Police had already concluded this wasn't a sex game gone wrong, but murder, and they hoped the hotel's CCTV footage would help with their inquiries.
Two detectives viewed CCTV footage from the hotel.
Armed with the details of all the Croydon family vehicles, 20 minutes after Philip had checked in, police made a surprising discovery.
Mrs Croydon's car was seen entering the hotel on the Friday evening, and a lady who got out of the car fitted the description of Mrs Croydon. That was clearly very irregular to what she'd said to us about where she was the night before and the fact that her husband was out playing cards.
Then officers saw Carol leaving in different clothes 40 minutes later.
The two officers spoke to the senior investigating officer and immediately then went to Edwinstowe, saw Mrs Croydon, and she was arrested on suspicion of murder.
The family liaison officer, Matt Spradbury, was there to see the reaction to this new turn of events.
It was a massive shock to the family that she'd been arrested on suspicion of his murder.
I couldn't believe it. I said, look, you've got to be wrong, this can't be right. You've made a mistake. I just couldn't believe that she'd done it.
All the police activity outside the Croydon house in Edwinstowe started to attract attention in the village.
So the village of Edwinstowe is a very nice, quaint, leafy village, very close to Sherwood Forest. It's a lovely place to live, and for journalists there was a massive interest, and for us we obviously covered it every single day.
Carol Croydon was taken to Wigston police station in Leicester to explain how she happened to be checking into the same hotel as the husband she had reported missing.
The police obviously looked into her story, and they looked at the CCTV from the hotel, and there was Carol Croydon at the hotel. Apparently she had no knowledge that her husband was there, and she was going to see him, and she was also filmed leaving the hotel. Police could then prove that she did know where he had been.
She was obviously aware that officers had got her going into the hotel on CCTV. She told police officers that she'd gone there to meet her husband to engage in a swingers session with another couple who were called Brian and Linda.
Whilst Carol was being interviewed in custody, the family wanted as many updates as possible and were waiting eagerly to find out whether there were going to be any charges against her. I had contact with Philip's brother Stephen in the main, and he was adamant that I made a personal visit to them to keep them updated no matter what time it was.
Carol Croydon said that she left the hotel room, she left Brian and Linda in the hotel room with her husband, and that she'd lost her nerve and gone.
This didn't sit right with me at all because Phil just isn't like that. Never would have even entered his mind to do anything like that.
Phil was very quiet and very shy, and certainly that was totally out of character. So then that made me think, what has she done?
The police went on the hunt for Brian and Linda, the swingers from room 328.
Whilst Mrs. Croydon was being interviewed, officers were checking the CCTV footage of the hotel. There was no evidence whatsoever of anyone else going into the room where Mr. Croydon was found. So it soon became very apparent to officers on the investigation that Mrs. Croydon was telling us a lie.
Whilst the family tried to come to terms with events, and after the police had failed to find Brian and Linda on the hotel CCTV, they expanded their investigation to Carol's house in Edwinstowe.
Mrs. Croydon was in custody. There's a lot of actions that are going on behind the scene. We have a lot of detectives who are working on this case.
3 days after Philip's death, the police made a discovery.
Officers carried out a forensic search of her home address and found in a dustbin a carrier bag which contained blood marks, which subsequently, upon testing, turned out to be the blood of Mr. Croydon.
The police continued their search, uncovering plane tickets to Dublin for Carol and a male passenger flying 2 days after Philip's death. With this new evidence, they questioned Carol again.
She was asked about a number of contacts that were held in a mobile phone. There was a gentleman in the contacts that she described as being a friend and a shoulder to cry on. However, behind the scenes, officers were making inquiries into the various individuals concerned, and this particular individual, it soon became apparent from what officers found that he was more than just a casual friend, if you like, and possibly somebody that she may have been having some sort of relationship with.
It wasn't long before Carol changed her story.
When she was further interviewed, she introduced this person to us as somebody that she was having a relationship with. Mrs. Croydon told police officers that her boyfriend had come to the hotel, come into the room and told her to leave, later meeting up with him in the evening. He then told her that she wouldn't be seeing her husband again.
Police acted fast, and Carol's lover was arrested.
The following interview, she then actually changed her story and actually said to police officers that her boyfriend burst into the hotel room and stabbed her husband Philip several times, and she actually witnessed him do that. So we've got a change, if you like, of the two interviews, from actually letting him in and asking him to leave to, secondly, from actually watching him do it. She was asked, how did her boyfriend get into the room? How did he burst into the room? She was unable to answer that.
Could it be that Carol is so enmeshed with her lover? Is she wanting to protect him? Is she covering for him? And would that explain why actually the stories so far really haven't been very believable at all?
While Carol's lover was in custody, the police were checking out his movements at the time of the murder.
We're able to actually eliminate a boyfriend through his mobile phone, which actually put him in a different part of the country, and he couldn't possibly have been anywhere near the incident scene.
The police looked into his story very carefully to discount him from the murder, and they proved that it would have been impossible for the lover to get to the hotel in time and leave. They retraced his route very carefully, they timed it, and they made it sure that they could prove that he was not involved.
Philip's family continued to be kept informed of events by police.
It was like as if Phil had died all over again, because the first story obviously wasn't true. So then she was telling us this. So then it was like putting us through that torture of losing Phil all over again, but in a different way.
Once we discovered that her boyfriend could not possibly have been involved with the murder, he was released from custody. We then presented the evidence that we'd got so far to the CPS, who proposed that we charge Mrs. Croydon with murder.
After 13 separate interviews and 5 days since Philip Croydon's body was discovered in room 328, his wife Carol was charged with murder.
There was sort of a sense of relief there that, you know, we knew what had happened.
News of the murder charge against Carol quickly spread through the community.
When the villagers found out, they were shocked because it's such a quiet, peaceful village. Everybody were talking about it at that time because it was so unusual.
Police started to build a picture of the days leading up to Philip Croydon's death. But to establish murder, they would have to prove Carol had a motive.
We made inquiries at Carol Croydon's place of work, and CCTV showed that she left at 2 minutes to 5. She'd actually signed out at 20 past 5. We thought that showed some sort of planning on her behalf to buy herself some 20 minutes of time.
With Carol in custody, the police continued with their investigation.
We made inquiries at Carol Croydon's place of work, and it became apparent that there was a knife missing, some sort of cheese knife, but we were never able to fully establish the time it went missing.
On the morning of the 25th of April 2003, police believed Carol left home for work with a number of neckties and a change of clothes in her possession.
Had Carol set out that day with murder on her mind? The case was building, but who knew what was around the corner? In Nottinghamshire, police were dealing with a murder investigation that was continually changing direction, but they were determined to find the truth.
5 days after Philip Croydon had been found stabbed in a hotel room near the village of Edwinstowe, his wife Carol had been charged with his murder. She'd already changed her story on 3 occasions, wasting police time and resources, but there was more to come. Whilst Carol was on remand awaiting trial, yet another version of events emerged. She now said Philip had asked her to tie him up.
As a child, she'd been sexually abused by various people. She said that she'd had flashbacks to her childhood, which caused her to inflict the stab wounds to her husband, which subsequently killed Mr. Croydon.
At this stage, it's quite clear that Carol has committed the killing, so really the only other option for her is to try and get a reduced sentence by saying that it was diminished responsibility.
Carol blamed flashbacks to her childhood, and that had sent her into a blind rage, and she couldn't remember doing anything, but just found herself standing over Phil's body, and Phil was dead.
I've worked with a lot of patients who have flashback phenomenon, and they are very strong, vivid memories. What tends to happen though is that people go back to how they felt whilst that memory was formed. So what I would expect was for Carol to have felt small, helpless, immobilised with fear.
With Carol now claiming she hadn't committed murder, it was the police's job to prove it was premeditated. So they looked into Carol and Philip's life together in the search for a motive.
Carol's past was always kind of kept a bit of a, not a secret, but she never wanted to discuss it. And if you asked her questions about her past, which you could tell made her feel uncomfortable, she would move on to another subject.
Philip Croydon and Carol got married on the 17th of June 2000 at St Peter's Church in the Derby suburb of Chellaston.
Her first impressions were good. I mean, Phil was obviously clearly madly in love with her, even though he'd not known her for very long. Carol was seemed very friendly, but she was a little bit secretive about her past and her family. We knew she'd been adopted, she told us that much. But that was about all she did tell us.
Philip's father told me during my interview with him that he didn't know very much about Carol's background or much about her, and he potentially wasn't too trusting with her.
Phil kind of changed a little bit. I got the feeling that she was feeding him, this is what you should do, this is what you should say.
Police discovered that Philip went out of his way to try and give Carol everything she desired.
She was very materialistic. Everything with Carol was all about money and how people might perceive her, you know, down to the car that she had, the pedigree cats that she had. Everything was all about how it looked to other people.
This was also noted by Family Liaison Officer Matt Spradbury.
They both had, at the time, brand new Toyota sports vehicles. The home address was beautifully furnished and a very nice big house. It's quite clear that Carol liked to have nice clothes as well from some of the search work we did, and liked to have nice things in her life.
The investigation continued, and officers uncovered that Carol's lavish lifestyle with Philip was in stark contrast to her upbringing.
There's no doubt that Carol had not come from ideal circumstances. That leads me to think that maybe she'd inherited some sort of predisposition towards antisocial behaviour. Or at the very least, maybe her early experiences in those first 2 years of when she was still with her mother and her father were so damaging that it affected her ability to form close, meaningful attachments to people in her life, and particularly men in her life.
Philip's family may have been unaware of Carol's background, but they were now under no illusions that she had killed Philip.
The police had just drip-fed us the information as time had gone on, and each time she'd changed the story. I think it wasn't a shock what she'd done, because we knew a different person to the person that she was portraying.
When the pathology report came back, it didn't seem to point to a vulnerable woman who was protecting herself as she was claiming.
Carol entered room 328, where her husband was waiting. She performed a sex act on her husband, and then she got a 4-inch cheese knife out of her bag and began to stab him.
On examination of Mr. Croydon found that he'd been stabbed 22 occasions, 2 to the chest, 20 to the neck area.
Philip Croydon bled to death. He had superficial cuts to his left hand that implied that he'd tried to grasp the blade as it was plunged into him, and that he'd possibly been trying to fight back to save his life.
The attack was very frenzied, but then it had to be in order to get Philip dead quickly so that he couldn't overpower her, maybe use the knife against her in self-defence. So she had to be committed to a very, very brutal and sudden attack, and she was. She severed his spinal cord with one blow, so she wasn't taking any chances.
This horrific attack on Philip had been carried out with a cheese knife that fitted the description of one that had gone missing from Carol's workplace a few weeks before.
Here we've got a direct link between Carol and the murder weapon. Now, I can imagine why somebody planning a night of romps with their husband might pack neckties and scarves, but pack a cheese knife? That's something that's a bit more difficult to explain.
With Carol's stories not adding up, ascertaining what was fact and what was fiction in Carol Croydon's life wasn't proving to be simple for police. Carol Croydon was accused of murdering her husband Philip and leaving him tied up in a Nottinghamshire hotel room, trying to make it look like a bondage session gone wrong. Having already changed her story numerous times, Carol was now claiming diminished responsibility due to a life of abuse. Police were still busy trying to prove a motive and thus murder.
There just seemed to be no motive whatsoever for killing her husband, except that she stood to inherit the £300,000 family home in Edwinstowe and an insurance policy.
Police carried on with their investigations and went through the hotel bookings on the night of the killing.
A neighbouring couple who were in the next room to Mr Croydon reported hearing noises at the relevant time of the incident and a voice saying, "Don't, don't."
Officers continued trying to prove that Carol's motive was financial. Looking into her and Philip's relationship was key to their case.
He met Carol at work. Carol went there as an accountant, and after a short period of time they developed problems with the company. Carol was fired from her position. Phil was that much in love with her. He felt that he had to give his notice in as well, so they both went at the same time.
Detectives soon discovered a side to Carol that she'd kept hidden from everyone, including her besotted husband.
She'd made a lot of false statements, if you like. She'd got a false driving licence in terms of her date of birth. Her birth certificate had been falsified, again with the date of birth. Her passport even a national insurance number. She'd made herself appear 4 years younger than what she actually was. She was also, it was found that she'd applied for an accountancy course and falsified her qualifications. That enabled her to get a role later on in life as an accountant. Clearly, there's a lot of things going on in the background here that just didn't add up with Mrs Croydon.
What police were discovering was that Carol Croydon's whole life was nothing more than a tangled web of lies. What they needed to do was prove that her claim of diminished responsibility was just another one.
Carol said that she'd been abused, sexually abused, physically abused throughout her life and by various different men. It might provide some sort of reason for why she's so willing to really take advantage of any of the men in her life, and why she was angry towards her partner to the extent that actually divorcing him wasn't enough. She wanted to kill him.
After an investigation lasting more than 6 months, the police believed they had enough evidence to convict Carol of murder. But it would all be meaningless if her defence could prove diminished responsibility. On January the 28th, 2004, the case against Carol Croydon went to Nottingham Crown Court.
She was brought into court, sat in the dock, very calmly. As all the charges were read out to the jury. There was one charge, obviously, was murder. I just remember her being very, very calm and cool in the circumstances. She was facing a murder charge.
The prosecution presented their case, witnesses came and gave their evidence. The defence went down the line of provocation. Mrs Croydon was suggesting that her childhood she'd suffered sexual abuse by a number of people and that she'd suffered provocation into murdering her husband.
The whole of Philip's family were in court from the first day.
Carol didn't show any emotion. When she stood there, there was just a look of fear, but not any emotion showing at all. It was just like shock that she'd been caught.
The extent of Carol's colossal amount of lying was laid out in every detail for the jury.
There's only one witness to the crime, obviously, which was Carol Croydon, and she didn't give evidence about that. So the jury were reliant on the explanations that she gave to the police at the time, and there were varying explanations as to what happened and what her involvement was that changed. And that was probably one of the most interesting parts of the case, about how she had told lie after lie to the point where she couldn't remember what happened.
To be a good liar, you have to construct a very plausible lie, and then you have to stick to it really quite rigidly. And this is where she comes unstuck, because Carol has to have points for flair and imagination, but when it comes to consistency and believability, she really does fall down. She's too much of a fantasist.
The jury then heard Carol's final version of events.
Mrs. Croydon had admitted that she'd stabbed her husband many, many times, but she'd had a blackout, and that when she came to, she was just standing over his body and couldn't actually recall the actual incident itself. This was viewed by a psychiatrist in court as being very unusual in the circumstances. He said it was possible, but he doubted it. She's fitted each account to try and deceive, and hopefully she was hoping to get away with convincing people, but obviously when she's presented with the truth, she has to change her story.
The prosecution introduced the evidence from the crime scene, starting with the pathology report.
The pathologist in court found the neckties around his wrists had not been soaked in blood, which implied that it had been tied around his wrists after he'd been attacked.
What the chambermaid saw would have appeared to a layperson as a sexual misadventure, a sexually motivated offence. But actually, it doesn't take too close an inspection to work out that it's not all as it seems. And when a crime scene has been cleverly constructed to look like something it isn't, there's a reason for that. Somebody wants to distance themselves. So if somebody wants to distance themselves from a murder, the chances are that they're actually very, very close. And you can't be more close to this murder than a husband and a wife.
Sitting in court, Carol's web of lies were harrowing for Philip's loved ones.
We all went every day for nearly 3 weeks. Some days it was difficult. You know, you didn't want to get in the car, you didn't want to go and listen to the information that you knew you were going to have to sit through again, and kind of see my mum and dad's faces and how everybody felt, and it was very upsetting and very draining, and obviously something that took the family years and years to get over, and I really don't think my dad ever got over it.
Towards the end of the trial, the prosecution called in a psychologist to talk about Carol's alleged state of mind at the time of the killing.
Carol says that she was very, very depressed. She was depressed as a result of problems in her marriage, and she was depressed as a result of trauma in her history. But the classic symptoms of depression are lack of libido, lack of motivation, lack of concentration and ability to plan ahead, general purpose apathy. Now that's actually the antithesis of what we're seeing with Carol, because this is somebody who was able to plan and execute a murder and also maintain several affairs.
What the jury was told by the expert witness was to be key in the case against Carol Croydon.
He concluded that Mrs. Croydon couldn't have been suffering from any mental disability or depression at the time of the killing.
With that, Carol Croydon's defence of diminished responsibility collapsed. It was the moment Philip's family had been waiting for.
At this point during the trial, they were now beginning to think, she's responsible for this, and they just wanted that justice to be done.
After almost a 3-week trial, a jury of 7 women and 5 men retired to consider Carol Croydon's various accounts of the events on the evening of the 25th of April 2003. After just 3 hours, they'd reached a verdict.
On February the 12th, 2004, Carol Croydon was convicted of the murder of her husband at Nottingham Crown Court. She broke down uncontrollably in the dock when the jury came back with the verdict. She clutched a tissue to her head.
I think when the judge found her guilty, I'm sure I screamed. It was panic. I was thankful that she'd been found guilty, but at the same time, you know, still kind of just thinking about Phil and what, you know, we were never going to see him again.
On convicting Mrs. Croydon, the judge said in his summing up that he was quite satisfied that she'd committed a sex act on him, got him at his weakest point, and it was at that point that she murdered him.
The judge sentenced Carol to life imprisonment set at a minimum term of 16 years. He told her that she was a cold-hearted, cold-blooded killer who tried to blame others for being responsible for her husband's murder.
This Carol Croydon case wasn't a sudden loss of self-control during an argument. It was a pre-planned and well thought out murder.
All along, Carol's allegations of abuse had just been more lies. Philip's family struggled to see the 16-year sentence as justice.
The sentence can never be long enough for anyone to do something like that, to take another life deliberately and never show any remorse, which she hasn't. She's never ever admitted to it, never shown any remorse, never apologised. And to do something like that, my opinion is people who are 100% guilty, there's no doubt whatsoever, they should stay in prison the rest of their life.
When she was found guilty, she sat in the dock and she sobbed, presumably for the fact that she wouldn't be able to live the great life that she'd led in the past, not for the fact of she'd taken our brother away from us, and she killed him in such a horrible way that would be emblazoned on all our minds forever.
After the verdict, Philip's dad, Ted Croydon, read a statement in which he said, "I curse this woman every day I wake. I call on God that she cannot sleep, that she knows no peace of mind, that her food is harsh in her mouth and without taste, that her thirst cannot be quenched, that she sees no sun or the beauty of nature, that she hears no bird song." He added, "That woman is the devil incarnate, nothing but an evil witch."
I absolutely hate her as much as I did the day that she did it. I hate her just as much, not just for what she did to Phil, but what she's put my family through. It's unforgivable. My father was never the same. It ruined his life, it changed him completely. He was a broken man. He died a broken man. I'll never ever forgive her for that.
Because Carol Croydon refused to take the stand, no one will ever know for certain what happened in room 328 on the 25th of April 2003. But perhaps the most surprising aspect of the whole case is that Carol's lover left his wife and at time of sentencing still wanted a future with her, despite the fact that she named him as the killer, hoping to evade justice.
Clock in for startling footage exposing the reality of frontline policing Saturday at 9 in Brickham. Emergency on our streets.
Is it the building that's on fire?
It is, yeah.
It is, okay then.
I got out. I managed to get out.
Right then. It's okay. Is everybody out of the building?
No, there's still my partner in.
Right, is he able to get out of the building?
No, because there's fires near the door.
When the call came in, it seemed an unlikely town and an unlikely venue for this sort of thing to happen. At a joinery shop, after tea, when you wouldn't expect people to be working, things just didn't seem quite right.
Everybody was really quite worried. You know, it could have been the person that you walked past in the street, it could have been anybody.
I don't know how anybody could live with it, knowing that they burnt somebody alive.
Everybody was so shocked and everybody was locking up more and feeling a bit worried about it all because nothing like this had ever happened in the village.
A few miles from the bustling seaside resort of Skegness, sits the small, picturesque market town of Borough-le-Marche, affectionately known by its residents as the Village.
Everybody here calls it a village because we feel like village people. We're so connected and so we help one another.
Borough-le-Marche is a typical Lincolnshire village on the edge of the Lincolnshire Wolds, famous for its windmill, where people are hard-working and just get on with their lives.
I've had a salon in Borough-le-Marche for 14, 15 years, and it's a lovely, quiet village where everybody knows everybody. Everybody gets on with everybody, and my clients are lovely.
But the peaceful tranquility of the village is about to go up in flames.
We've just gone up to the workshop to pick some things out.
Yeah.
And somebody came up with us behind.
Yeah.
And they attacked us and set fire to the place.
The workshop on fire belongs to well-known local couple David Twigg and Julie Dixon, who own a joinery business next to their home. As the emergency call comes in, Lincolnshire Fire and Rescue Station Commander Gary Milson is immediately dispatched to the scene.
Once I received the call, I'd be straight into my car and making headway down to Borough-le-Marche. It's only a few miles down the road. There's not a lot of time to mull over things and get other information in. The information that was relayed to me at that point was that two men dressed in black and wearing balaclavas had accosted David Twigg and his partner. They'd locked David into the storeroom and then proceeded to pour petrol into the foyer of the building and lit it before fleeing the scene. As I approached the premise, there was a white picket fence surrounding it. It seemed quite surreal, the appliances at the bottom with the lights on. As I walked past that towards the entrance where the activity was taking place, the incident commander gave me a quick brief and said that there was very little fire and the fire was out, and they was now trying to locate David Twigg, who they'd been informed was locked in a room inside the building.
With the blaze having been brought under control and extinguished, Gary and his team desperately tried to locate David Twigg.
The workshops were an old railway buildings. They were long and thin, and at the end there was a small area with a kitchen, a storeroom and a toilet and a small foyer that linked these all together. And they were all involved in the fire. They was all black and heated and sooty, but they were all empty apart from the storeroom door that was locked. There was no keys present. The decision was made that the wall might be easier to break through than the door, and a hole was made in the wall, and we could see that there was somebody who appeared to be on the knees facing the door. We tried to rouse them through shouting and speaking to them, but there was no response.
With David not responding, the urgency to reach him grows and the fire crew break deeper into the wall, releasing the door.
As the door opened, David Twigg fell forward into our arms and forward onto the floor. The crews immediately turned him over and began resuscitation. We had an ambulance already in attendance and the paramedics were very quickly there, and we assisted the paramedics in placing him into the ambulance where they could work on him further.
In the back of the ambulance, paramedics battle to resuscitate David Twigg.
The time frame from the call to us getting David out of the cupboard may have been around about 10 to 15 minutes, and then we worked on him for probably another 15-20 minutes after that before the paramedics decided to call time and pronounce him dead.
With David dead, the situation immediately changes, and a murder investigation is launched.
The first information I got was that there'd been a fire at a business premises near Skegness in Lincolnshire, of course, and that two men had been involved. They'd made off, where they hadn't been found at the moment. A man had tragically died, believed to be the owner of the business, and his partner, who worked with him, a lady, had been quite badly injured in the incident. She was being taken to hospital to be treated, and officers were at the scene. Also, lots of things going through your mind, but at no stage anything other than, this is a murder case. It's tragic. David Twigg has died, and we need to find these two people as soon as possible.
With fire crews, police and paramedics at the scene, it isn't long before news of the tragedy spreads around the town.
It was a big event for Lincolnshire. A robbery homicide in a small village like Borough-le-Marsh is something that had never happened before in my 25 years covering the area, and it may well never happen again.
Rumours I heard was they was looking for two men, and my house faces a back field, and of course the drones was going over there. There was quite some noise, and I couldn't believe it actually.
The whole village were stunned that something could have happened on the doorsteps.
It was big news, and everybody was really quite worried that whoever did it could have been out there and they could have been next. You just don't know.
There was a lot of anxiety in the community. Borough-le-Marsh is a long way from the nearest police station, a long way sometimes from the nearest police officer, and local people were obviously very concerned that they may be the victim of a similar burglary.
In the Lincolnshire town of Borough-le-Marsh, police have launched a murder investigation after local joiner David Twigg was pronounced dead following a fire at his workshop. His partner, Julie Dixon, had managed to escape and call 999, reporting that masked intruders had broken in, locked David in the storeroom, and set the place on fire.
The impact on the local community after this happened was immense. It's the only way I can describe it. I was clearly getting phone calls. The local community officers were being stopped in the street. People were going to the police station. There was a kind of sense of not just why has this happened, but who's responsible, and just as importantly, is it going to happen again? Is somebody else going to be, the target of these two individuals? And nobody could think of a reason why David and Julie would be targeted.
David Twigg was an only son. He grew up in the area. His parents remained in the area. He was a master joiner, very popular and a hard-working man in the local area. He was also a very big man, well over 6 feet tall and 19 stone, but he was a presence in the community.
David met Julie in 1996 when she was going through a divorce. The pair quickly moved in together.
They remained together for 15 years. They came across as a typical middle-aged couple. In Borough-le-Marsh, David and Julie were seen as a team. David was the carpenter, the joiner at the business, and Julie was doing the finance and the accounts for the business.
Outside of joinery, David soon discovered a new hobby, stock car racing, which opened up a whole new social circle for him and Julie, with professional racer John Mickle and his wife Lisa.
So from that very first race meeting, really kind of just kicked it off. We enjoyed each other's company. They wanted to come to every single race meeting. They wanted to be involved.
And David soon found a way to combine work with his newfound love when he set up a sideline alongside his joinery company.
As David's business grew, he was quite happy to sponsor the motor racing team. That was one of his passions, and so they undertook that deal, which was several £1,000s.
Julie and David were keen to promote this new kitchen bits and bobs business, which is an online business that they were trying to get off the ground. I think they felt that probably some branding on the race cars, and then obviously we can promote it through social media as well.
The sponsorship proved very successful. David particularly got on very well with the racing team, and they were invited over to America to watch the team racing, and all seemed well. It was a very happy relationship, and he got on very well with them.
I think from the beam on his face when we first, agreed at Liddon Hill. He just seemed incredibly proud. He seemed very smiley. You could tell he was passionate about his business, and this was something that he felt was going to enhance the people that would see his work.
The friendship between the two couples started to grow stronger.
I think from the very first time we met them, I really, really liked what they brought to the team and, the energy. And we call it a race family, and it just felt like they were going to become part of our race family. Julie wanted to be hands-on with me in the kitchen, while David was very quick to throw himself into the deep end with John on the mechanic side as well. They just got stuck in. It wasn't just about the racing anymore. They started to get quite involved. She wanted to be involved in the family life that we had as well. She would buy presents for my children, who were aged 4 and 7 then. They looked fondly upon her and David as well. So they became family friends.
And it was Lisa Julie turned to in the aftermath of the tragedy of David's death.
The very first time I heard about David was on Monday morning. I had a phone call somewhere between 7 and 7:30 in the morning from Julie. She basically was hysterical. She was shouting down the phone, "He's dead, he's dead." And I really didn't have a clue what she was even talking about. I didn't know who's dead. I said, "Julie, who's dead?" She said, David's dead. And I then tried to get some more information. What's happened? She said, a fire. So none of her sentences were very long. It was just words being thrown out at me. I said, a fire? What? There's a house fire? She said, no, workshop, fire, masked men, attacked. From that phone call, I immediately knew I had to go and visit her straight away. I knew it would be a long journey up to Lincolnshire, probably 4 hours. I just grabbed my purse, my keys, and left. So the 4 hours going there was, it's a very weird and surreal situation. You keep thinking, has this really happened? Is this some kind of, is this true? Is it real? I just can't get my head around it. It's an awful lot of information, hearing her so upset on the phone. And those words, he's dead, they just kept playing and playing in my head.
When Lisa arrives at Julie's parents' house, she finds Julie in a state of shock.
Julie was sitting and rocking in a chair. I was absolutely taken back when I first saw her because she had burns on her face. She told me that her and David, on the Sunday, had gone down to the yard, which is just a short stroll from the house, to lock up. That's all they were doing. They were going to lock up. She said that she had asked David to go into the storeroom to get a light bulb. And these two men wearing balaclavas, dressed in black and hoodies, had come into the barn, had locked David in the cupboard, and then had grabbed her. And that they had tried and forced her towards this circular saw. I asked her how she got away, and she said, I just squirmed out of... She said, lucky I was wearing a hoodie. I squirmed out of it and ran. She said she ran out of the door, she ran across the field, and then I think after a short space of time, she turned round to look back to see that these intruders were also leaving the premises, and that they'd shut the door behind them. She was then concerned about David, so she went back to the barn. And when she opened the door, suddenly the combustion, the flames, that's what had caused the burns to her face.
While Lisa consoles her heartbroken friend, police turn up to interview Julie as a key witness to the crime.
She was only able to give some basic details. We didn't want to push too hard, of course. She's a victim, she's lost David in the most awful circumstances. Clearly the 999 call provided us with a little bit of information, which was helpful, but we wanted to try and dig deeper if we could, so we had to ask those difficult questions as early as possible. She was interviewed by specially trained officers, but sometimes it just wasn't possible to continue with interviews because Julie wasn't in a emotionally fit state to carry on at that point. So we had to do lots of short sections rather than a really long and draining and demanding interview.
With little information gleaned from Julie and unease growing among the locals, police turned to the public for help.
In the hours that followed, Lincolnshire Police made appeals for the intruders and did reveal that a 999 call had been made by Julie Dixon and gave the description of these two masked men who had been to the workshop, and that Julie had managed to push one of them away and escape, and then rang the fire brigade on 999.
I remember holding more than one press conference, which wasn't just local and regional, it was national as well, because this was big news in terms of what had happened and where it had happened and the type of community that it was affecting.
As Lincolnshire Police continued to make these appeals, we would take that information and circulate it amongst the various radio stations, local newspapers, daily newspapers in Lincolnshire. And the police were obviously very anxious to get that message out as wide as possible.
With Lincolnshire Police desperately trying to piece together the events of the night and establish the identity of the masked men, Fire Commander Gary Milson scours the crime scene for clues.
Once the fire's been extinguished, we then start on the scene preservation side of it. And as we withdraw from the building, we're trying to make sure that anything that has been removed out of the building is logged or is placed back into the building with care, so that should we need to, we can rebuild that picture, that jigsaw puzzle, to help us find out how the fire started.
I've dealt with quite a few fires, and unfortunately fatal fires as well, and murder cases, and it's probably one of the most challenging cases that you have to deal with, because by its very nature, fire destroys, and fire destroys evidence, not just the fire itself, but the water that's used.
Having established petrol was used as the accelerant, Senior Investigating Officer Stuart Gibbon begins trying to make sense of the scene.
All police officers and detectives are constantly reminded about how important the golden hour is. It's a time where you can lose evidence, but if you get it right and you gather the evidence and secure and preserve that evidence, it can have a positive impact on the rest of the investigation. The golden hour in this particular investigation was kind of twofold. One was about securing the workshop to make sure that we could get access to it and that nobody else used it, and it could be forensically examined over a period of days, which it was. Also, from a financial point of view, it wasn't going to be a kind of random attack. That is something that I almost eliminated from a very early stage, simply because of where it is. So was it a customer that had been in before? And then you start to think about the reasons why. Is it financial? Is it a robbery or a burglary that's gone wrong? Did David owe somebody some money and they were trying to recover the money? So we drafted in a financial investigator working with the police, and he was starting to look at the actual basics of the business, how it was doing financially, what was going on.
Could David have been targeted for money? Was it a revenge attack for a business deal gone wrong? Or something closer to home?
So Julie did actually send me a few messages, and she called me quite distressed, probably a couple of weeks before David was killed. She did say that her telephone had been cut off, but then was restored again. She said that her electricity had been cut off, but restored again. She felt that someone was messing around with them.
Aware that this information could be key to the investigation, Lisa contacts the police.
So we had what are known as a PULSA team, police search advisor team, specialist search officers that did a kind of fingertip search in the parameters around the building. And actually they found something which appeared quite significant. Deposited in some bushes on a neighbouring piece of land next to the joinery workshop, they found some keys, and we were able to establish at a slightly later point that one of those keys fitted the storeroom that David had been locked inside. This was quite a significant find for us. Obviously, those items were forensically examined. They didn't yield any evidence. But the finding of those keys supported, at that point, the account that Julie Dixon had given, because they were found in the direction that the two offenders were alleged to have gone off in.
Further inquiries begin to yield some surprising discoveries.
I think the first kind of breakthrough in terms of new information for the investigation wasn't, surprisingly, to do with the two offenders. It was to do with the financial affairs, if you like. We'd been led to believe by the inquiries that we conducted that the business was in a good place financially, that David was doing well, and that the accounts were healthy. In actual fact, when we had a financial investigator start to look more closely at the accounts and the business, the opposite was true. They were in dire financial straits, on the verge, if not already, bankrupt, and there was some serious financial issues.
Having been unaware of the financial issues at David's business, further inquiries throw up more concerns.
The post that was going to the business was supposed to be going to David Twigg Joyner, who had been redirected to this garage. And that was quite a big point for us as well, because then that begs the question, well, why is the post being redirected? Who's redirecting it? And what lies behind that?
In Lincolnshire, the investigation into the murder of David Twigg has thrown up some suspicious activity around his business.
It soon became clear that both the workshop and the bungalow where they lived had been remortgaged.
Finances was becoming a little bit more of a priority line of inquiry, and we needed also to know why the post was being redirected to another address. We were still keeping an open mind. Obviously, we were still trying to establish these two master offenders, who they were, where they were, why they'd done what they did. But also these other things were starting to kind of build up in terms of the finances, first and foremost, very, very different to how we'd initially thought they were.
While the investigation homes in on David's financial affairs and whether his death could be linked to a business deal, 2 months after his murder, David's body is released so he can finally be laid to rest. Friend Lisa accompanies David's partner Julie to the funeral.
That was a huge, big turning point for us. Suddenly my gut feeling started to take over. The funeral, she acted very strange for someone that was basically saying the last goodbye to a partner. She would crack jokes, and quite inappropriate jokes, acting slightly inappropriately towards people. She was laughing very, very loud. Then suddenly she'd be upset. It just seemed really irrational. And I felt uncomfortable.
But it isn't just friends who have their concerns. Having uncovered some financial irregularities surrounding David and Julie's business, Lincolnshire police have more questions.
Yeah, we were looking for answers to these questions, and the only person that really could probably provide them was Julie Dixon. I was conscious that we were asking her a lot of questions and being quite direct with her, when actually, on the face of it, she was a victim of the most awful circumstances. But we had to ask those questions. We weren't always given the answers that we were looking for.
As well as the finances, police inquiries with David's creditors flag up something else.
All the inquiries that we carried out with the businesses and the authorities that were dealing with this financial debt, nobody had ever spoken personally or otherwise with David Twigg. Every kind of communication, be it on the telephone, email, that sort of thing, was with Julie Dixon. And what we also uncovered, which was really quite concerning, was that people were being told by Julie that David was terminally ill, that he was abroad on holiday, that he was really unable to take any calls for various different reasons. And this concerned us because we couldn't corroborate this in any way.
Having also discovered the post addressed to David's business was being redirected to a local garage, Stuart and his team trawl through the garage's CCTV, hoping it will reveal who is behind the redirection. Instead, they find another clue.
And when we examined that CCTV, we found that Julie had driven there in a vehicle on the morning of the murder and had filled up petrol cans with petrol at the location. And when we did challenge her with finding that information and the CCTV footage, she told us, yes, I did go to the garage that morning. We were doing some gardening and I needed to get some petrol to fill the lawnmower up. We established also that Julie had a BlackBerry-type mobile phone, and as part of a murder investigation, you're always looking at mobile phone data because it can tell you a lot of things, and we couldn't get into it. So clearly we asked Julie on more than one occasion, could you please help us and tell us what the PIN number is so we can access this device? She was unable to do so. She said that she'd forgotten, she couldn't remember it. Clearly she had been using it very recently and on the day of the murder. We had evidence of that. If nobody else uses it and nobody else has changed the PIN or password, then she must know that number or that code. What's in that BlackBerry? Why won't she tell us the PIN number? We really desperately needed to get to the bottom of what had happened, and this was the point where the investigation focus really changed.
As the months tick by, friends of Julie also start to have their doubts as to what really occurred that fateful night.
One race meeting that I remember very, very clearly was the last race meeting that she's ever come to. When we arrived there was a police car there. She started screaming and hitting things, shouting at the top of her voice, making some very loud noises. And I just said, Julie, talk to me. What's wrong? Why are you upset? She sat, she rocked, she cried. She rocked, she cried. And then she started saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. And I just said, what are you sorry for? Tell me what you're sorry for. She rocked, she cried, I'm sorry. And it was like a repeated process. She said nothing else, she did nothing else.
While Julie spends a weekend away with friends, back at the investigation, forensic evidence starts to build up.
Now, the account Julie gave was that the two men had come in, there'd been a tussle, she'd managed to get out of the place, and she'd gone to ring 999, and then she'd noticed them running out, the two offenders, and they ran off round the back, and she went back in to try and rescue David or find him, and as she opened the door, there was a flashback, and she was hit with the fumes from the fire and the explosion, and that was how she got the injuries. Actually, forensic evidence would say otherwise, and would indicate that it was what's known as a vapour cloud.
When the petrol would be originally poured into the foyer and lit, as the petrol's ignited, the vapour cloud would ignite first, and anybody in that facility would get caught in that vapour cloud, and depending on the amount of vapour and the intensity of it, they may just get slight singeing and flash burns, or they could indeed get quite badly burnt. That seemed to be fitting more with the burns to Julie Dixon than rather what she was telling us, that she would open the door and it had flared up. In fact, we considered it quite unlikely that she had opened the door and the petrol had flared up like that. Once it's lit, it's done that initial flare up, and it's unlikely that would happen again. There was a petrol can behind the door. Had she have opened the door right at the start of the fire, she would have moved the petrol can, so that evidence didn't add up.
We also recovered from a forensic examination of the bungalow some very small hairs in the bathroom sink. Now again, on the surface, first viewing, not particularly relevant, but when we have those sent off to be forensically examined and we find out that they belong to Julie Dixon, those hairs, again, not particularly relevant, it's her bathroom, she uses the bathroom, there are going to be hairs. They were identified as eyelash or eyebrow hairs, but they were singed, they were burned. That put a kind of different slant on it as well.
Finding burned eyebrow hairs revealed Julie had gone into the bathroom after the fire had started, knowing full well her partner was trapped inside a burning building, something which raises suspicion among the police. Not only that, but the fire investigators believe Julie could only have received her injuries if she'd been inside the building when the fire started.
Julie Dixon had given various different accounts. She'd given us very little information. The more we tried to put to her, by way of questions, the more withdrawn she'd become at that point, and actually became quite defensive at various times as well. And it was at that point that I made the decision, based on all the anomalies and the significant findings, she was going to be arrested on suspicion of the murder of her partner, David.
Three months after David's death, and news of Julie's arrest soon spreads around her hometown.
Obviously, there had been a lot of anxiety and fright in the community about intruders being at large. So in some ways, the arrest of Julie put that to bed. But equally, there was also some anger that obviously they'd spent 3 months believing Julie's story.
There was a lot of upset people. She had upset a lot of people because she befriended, well, she was everybody's friend. She was a very likeable person. And, yeah, it was a big shock to everybody.
Julie Dixon is brought into the police station for formal questioning, this time as a suspect, not as a witness.
I was prepared, I thought, for most things to come from that interview, including a no-comment interview, which is quite common. So we'd gathered together as a group, the interviewing officers, the SIO, the interview coordinator, to discuss what could happen, but what actually did happen, I think it's fair to say, threw us all at that point. She provided a prepared statement, and what it said in a nutshell was that this whole situation had been a suicide pact. So what she said was that both her and David had wanted to die due to the dire financial circumstances around the business and personal issues, and that they were preparing to do just that, but that when the crunch came to lighting the petrol and setting the fire, she panicked and ran out of the building, leaving David behind.
In Lincolnshire, police are questioning David Twigg's partner on suspicion of his murder.
My initial thoughts were that if Julie was prepared to lie about two masked raiders and invent a story around what had actually happened, then what else had she lied about?
In interview, Julie claims the fire was a joint suicide pact, but that she had panicked and fled. So police need to establish if there is any truth in her account.
Let's go back and speak to friends and family. What sort of state of mind was David in? And actually, fairly quickly, it was established that he was in a good state of mind. He had no idea, we think, that the business was in such dire straits. He had no reason to die.
There's no way that David in his right mind would do a suicide pact, because he loved life too much and he was enjoying it too much. You know, the weeks before he got killed, he was down with us, enjoying it, planning the next year, the next trips, where we were going. He would never had that in his back of his mind. So we knew for ourselves then that she was bonkers and she had done it, and she was now trying to get herself out of a murder.
Suddenly, here we are. It's now a suicide pact. And who has a suicide pact but's locked behind a door that they don't have the key to, so they couldn't even change their mind if they wanted to? Poor David died on his hands and knees in a praying position, leaning against a door that was locked from the outside. That's not a suicide pact.
With time running out to hold Julie Dixon without charge, Senior Investigating Officer Stuart Gibbon consults with the Crown Prosecution Service.
So we clearly were very concerned about this prepared statement and just felt that it was probably another way of shifting focus. You know, we've had the masked offenders, they no longer exist now, so now we're going to go down the suicide pact, which is, interestingly enough, is a partial defence to murder, and if found to be true, could result in a conviction for manslaughter rather than murder. So that kind of made sense at that point. We had CPS working with us, so we could talk to them about the content of that prepared statement. They were already fully au fait with the evidence that we gathered that far. And the CPS lawyer was happy at that point that there was sufficient evidence to provide a realistic prospect for conviction. So the decision was made to charge Julie Dixon with murdering her partner, David Twigg.
With Dixon charged with murder, police and CPS prepare for trial, and part of that means trying to establish a motive. Why would Julie want David dead?
The main strands of evidence, really, I mean, there were quite a few bits of circumstantial as well, the petrol and the redirection of the post, but the main ones were really the finances. You know, we found out that they were in dire straits. What I think is that it was getting to the point where a warrant was issued for non-payment of fines. The bailiffs were going to turn up at the workshop at some point. That is the stage where David would become aware of the scale of this debt, in fact the debt existed at all maybe, and Julie Dixon could then hold that back no longer. That was where it was all going to come to a head.
As well as discovering the couple were in serious financial trouble, police now had CCTV proving Julie purchased petrol on the day of the murder. But it's forensic evidence of a computer found in the couple's workshop which really helps build the case for the prosecution.
We'd heard stories that she'd been Googling stuff on a laptop, claiming that David had been Googling stuff. How do you commit suicide with it being undetected?
She was Googling on her laptop how to poison someone with cakes and how to get away with murder.
As the trial approaches, Julie Dixon changes her story yet again.
Things kind of changed a little bit again when Julie Dixon then started to say that it wasn't a suicide pact. Actually, David did want to die, and she was just trying to help him along, basically. So she's trying to remove herself even further from any kind of blame whatsoever. You know, it was David's idea. David wanted to do it. I just kind of helped him. Things had changed hugely since the first 999 call to the emergency services, but we felt we had a strong case. On the second day of that hearing, the not guilty plea, which had been entered initially by Julie Dixon, changed to a guilty plea, but she still maintained at that point that this had been all about David wanting to die. That's what the defence was putting forward, whereas our defence was cold-blooded, premeditated, pre-planned murder.
With Julie's shocking confession, the trial is halted.
Once Julie Dixon had admitted her guilt and pleaded guilty to David's murder, the role of the jury was no longer needed, but then falls to the judge to decide on what basis he believes her plea and on what basis the killing was carried out. So this is what is called a Newton hearing, and the judge hears evidence from all the parties in the case, and it's in the judge's role to decide how the murder was carried out effectively.
The prosecution lays out its case to the judge, and Julie's 999 call is played to the court.
The tractors and set fire to the place.
So the place that actually set fire?
Yeah.
Is it the building that's on fire?
It is, yeah.
It is, okay then.
I got out. I managed to get
Right then. It's okay. Is everybody out of the building?
No, there's still my partner in.
The phone call, on the face of it, sounded very genuine. She sounded distraught. She was hysterical. But actually, the first information imparted was more of an account about what they'd been doing, like a rehearsal, rather than just saying, I need help and I need help quickly.
Over 5 days, the court hears how Julie's account changed throughout the investigation. From masked intruders to a joint suicide pact, to her assisting David in his own bid to take his own life.
The defence argued, once Julie Dixon had pleaded guilty, that matters had spiralled out of control and that in some ways this had been an emotional response from Julie Dixon, almost that she had panicked because of the financial difficulties she got into. However, I think from the prosecution's point of view, and certainly from the police point of view, this was a perpetrator who had changed her accounts whenever it had suited her, whenever she had been confronted with new evidence. There was always a line of defence. So it's hard not to see her really as a very skillful and manipulative liar.
Julie Dixon didn't take the stand at all, didn't give evidence, was again very impassive, didn't present any emotion at any stage of the court proceedings, merely sat in the dock and appeared to be listening to the proceedings.
The extent of the couple's financial difficulties is revealed to the judge.
David wouldn't have had a clue about that bankruptcy. He was quite happy going about his everyday business. I think if he had found out that he had been declared bankrupt, he would have been incredibly upset, being such a proud man. So, yeah, she obviously kept that from him. And I can't see that those finances would have been enough for anyone to lose their life over.
At the end of that hearing, Judge Heath had to decide whose account he believed. And he came firmly down on David Twigg's side and said that he in no way believed that David Twigg had wanted to commit suicide. And he described Julie Dixon's account as a pack of lies.
The judge was quite damning in his comments and quite clear that he thought it was a cold-blooded murder and that, you know, she'd been kind of playing the part, and it was potentially worthy of an Oscar nomination if it hadn't been so sad and so true.
Julie Dixon is sentenced to life with a minimum of 23 years for the murder of David Twigg. 11 years on, he is still remembered fondly.
No sentence can ever bring back a loved one. It will never be enough, of course, and it will never bring David back. But I just hope it brings some little comfort to the loved ones and those who loved David so much.
It just beggars belief that anyone would do that to another human being, a living person, someone you're supposed to care about, your partner. It's just incredibly difficult to understand how anyone would do that.
I think the hardest thing is to wrap your head around is the way she calculated it, how she planned it all. What else was she planning? What else was she thinking? They say it's down to money. We'll never know. Obviously, she don't care about anybody because obviously she did what she did. So no one will ever know what's going through her head.
This investigation and this case impacted hugely on the community and the village of Burla Marsh. You know, people aren't going to forget what happened. It lives with them forever, and whenever the name of the village is sometimes mentioned, people will talk about this case. I know I certainly will never forget it.
When a routine call to a house fire turns into the biggest murder investigation in Welsh history, you know you're in for a chilling ride. New Murder in the Valleys starts Wednesday at 9.
What's your favorite subject? She was a struggling single mom doing everything she could. You guys want to play a game?
Yeah. She was dedicated to her children. She showed them that she loved them. To see her evolve into a mother was a beautiful thing.
Until it all came to a horrific end.
It was a bloodied crime scene.
One of the worst cases I've ever looked at.
Who does this?
Was it the father of her oldest?
He was hustling. He was always in and out of jail.
Was it the married man who'd been keeping her a secret?
There has to be an underlying personality disorder there to live a double lifestyle.
Do you want to tell me why I got a call today from your wife?
You throw infidelity into the mix, and that complicates things.
It's a confident thing you mess around with.
Or was it the new man in her life?
Not only is it the capital, but it is a college town with numerous campuses in the area.
Mostly it's a nice, tranquil community, great place to raise a family.
But for one Tallahassee family, this Saturday is anything but tranquil.
Hey, it's Brandy. Leave a message.
Hey, Brandy, it's Mom again. Give me a call when you get this.
Brandy's family members hadn't heard from her, which was very unusual.
Her mother was starting to feel that unsettling feeling.
And as her worry grows, Brandy's mother makes another call.
Brandy's mother called a neighbor who lived across the street.
She had her go over and see if she was all right.
It's probably nothing, but...
It's no problem at all. I was just walking out the door anyway. I'm gonna call you back, okay?
That intuition is not something that is easily ignored.
When the neighbor gets to Brandy's house, her mother's intuition proves correct.
Brandy?
She looked through the window and saw Brandy Peters' body there in the foyer.
Brandy!
27-year-old Brandy Peters grew up in a tight-knit family.
She was very family-oriented. Loved the family.
They spent a lot of time together. She was definitely very loved.
You could even say she was a little spoiled.
She was the baby. So I would say she probably was the diva of the family. She was real feisty.
And she always turned the boys' heads.
She was into dressing nice. She was a beautiful girl. Guys was after her.
But Brandy had her sights on something different. At 21, she started dating a man named Mario Michaels.
He was much older than us.
It wasn't exactly the most stable of relationships. It was very tumultuous.
He was always in and out of jail.
But when Mario wasn't behind bars, there was little doubt they were in love.
They had a good relationship.
They also had 2 children together, twin girls.
She took on that motherly role. She loved them.
But with Mario frequently out of the picture, Brandy was often raising the kids on her own.
It was very difficult for Brandy.
Because it's a struggle doing it by yourself.
What she needed was someone she could depend on. Someone who wasn't Mario.
She was looking for someone who had a good job, had his head on his shoulder, wasn't in and out of jail, and could be a part of the kid's life.
Brandy thought she might have found him in 28-year-old Henry Segura.
Her and Henry met at a gas station, traded numbers.
So how are you?
I'm good.
When they started dating, it looked as if Henry checked all the boxes.
He wasn't in the streets. He wasn't a convicted felon. He wasn't living that lifestyle.
He also had a good job.
How was the drive over?
He was an over-the-road welder.
He traveled from job site to job site.
And he was good with her kids.
He had actually a very close relationship with the twins.
She thought she had someone that was different. She thought she had met the real thing.
There was only one problem.
Do you want to tell me why I got a call today from your wife?
Henry Segura was married.
I'm sorry. The news came as quite a shock to Brandy. I didn't mean for all this to happen.
Why didn't you tell me?
Look, it's not what you think.
Henry told Brandy that he and his wife were on the verge of splitting up.
That can be really challenging, wanting them to choose you and remaining in that situation.
A situation made even more difficult by the fact that Brandy was carrying Henry's son.
What do we do now?
It's going to be fine. I'm not going anywhere.
He has displayed himself as a decent provider, father figure to the girls, and now it's like I'm having his child, so I have to weigh my options, and she stayed.
But after the birth of their child, Brandy came to a realization.
It became clear to her that he had no intention of leaving his wife.
She said, I'll always be a number 2 or 3 in this person's life.
Brandy broke things off with Henry and spent the next 2 years starting over as a single mom.
She was just trying to get on her feet. To be there for 3 children is not easy.
But she rose to the occasion.
She got a new home and a new job.
She was doing home health. She was a home health aide.
She was looking forward to what the future holds.
Only now, the bright future Brandy imagined may never come to pass.
Unable to get a hold of Brandy, her mother called a neighbor to go knock on Brandy's door.
Brandy!
She saw her laying in the foyer. She saw a large amount of blood.
Brandy!
And called law enforcement.
When officers arrive on scene, they make forced entry into the home.
She's inside.
But there's nothing they can do for Brandy.
She had gunshot wounds. There appeared to be trauma to her head.
She was dead at the scene.
Then, responding officers clear the rest of Brandy's house.
The officers had to make sure there weren't any other victims, but also make sure the suspect isn't there.
There's no sign of the shooter.
But in the bathroom, the officers made a horrific discovery.
Here we got more bodies.
Years creating a stable life for her 3 children after ending her relationship with the father of her youngest.
She was married the whole time.
Because it had been a struggle, but she was really starting to get focused on, let me get the kids settled in school, let me focus on where I need to take my career.
But now, Brandy's fresh start has come to a tragic end.
Brandy and her 3 children are dead.
No one had had any contact with her since the night before.
When homicide detectives arrive at the scene, they start by examining Brandy's body, which lies just inside the front door.
There was a bloodied crime scene right there in the foyer.
She'd been beaten and has what appear to be gunshot wounds.
Suspiciously, though, no casings were there. So that tells us 2 things. Either it was cleaned up or someone used a revolver.
And while Brandy died in the foyer, detectives can tell the attack wasn't confined to that area.
A violent struggle occurred in there.
There was a large amount of blood down the hallway.
The children, on the other hand, appear to have been drowned.
The person who committed the crime ended up putting all 3 children in the bathtub together.
Who does this? Who would kill kids and then not only that, but drown them in a bathtub?
That's just not something you see very often.
While the CSI team finishes inside, detectives speak with the neighbor who found Brandy.
The neighbor was a good friend of Brandy's. They would go to pick up their children together from school.
She had no idea who might have done this.
Brandy, she's good people.
When the detectives talk to other neighbors, they're just as shocked by what happened.
There was a lot of community concern. This is a small little raise your family type of community, and not that's ever supposed to happen, but you definitely don't want it happening here.
However, while the neighbors are understandably worried about a killer coming into their community, the detectives don't believe they're dealing with a random crime.
There was no forced entry into the residence, so that led them to believe that she must have known this person.
A lack of forced entry isn't the only thing that suggests Brandy knew her killer.
It was just such a brutal attack. Gunshot after gunshot and blow after blow. Law enforcement thought it was very personal.
Is that what detectives are dealing with here? Eager to find out, they turn to Brandy's family, who have started arriving at the scene as word of the murders spreads.
It was just a tough moment that day, you know, when get a phone call saying Brandy and the girls had been killed.
I know this is difficult, but I need to ask you a few questions first.
We really were trying to gather as much information. We were doing that to the best we can.
It was tough. This is something that happened at your back door with your own family.
Oh, I can't believe it. I just saw them.
When was that?
Oh, yesterday, around 5 o'clock.
She was supposed to take the twins with her for a sleepover, but the twins didn't want to go.
And that was the last time you saw her?
Yeah. Well, we talked a little later on the phone around 7, but she didn't answer again after that.
Turning to Brandy's relationships, her mother says she never approved of Henry Segura, her grandson's father.
She made me aware that Henry was married.
Was Brandy okay with that?
For the most part.
She was like, it is what it is.
What about Henry's wife?
Yeah. He went back to her.
She said Henry didn't really come around much after the baby was born.
He would bring diapers over, but he couldn't really be involved.
And the twins' dad?
Mario? Yeah, he's around.
Mario would bring them birthday presents. Mario would bring them Christmas gifts. They did communicate.
But Brandy's mother said she's not a big fan of Mario either.
He was in the streets, putting the streets first.
However, that isn't the only thing Brandy's mother has against Mario.
According to Brandy's mother, Mario was a deadbeat dad.
She just took him to court.
The week of the homicide, he was ordered to pay child support.
How much did he owe?
Around $20,000, maybe a little more.
Detectives investigating the murder of Brandy Peters and her 3 children have learned a judge recently ordered her ex-boyfriend, Mario Michaels, to pay Brandy more than $20,000 in back child support.
Often individuals would prefer not to go through the state. They can resolve those disputes amicably. And it sounds like that was the only option that she felt like she had at that point.
She said, if you're not going to be a stand-up guy, then I'm going to have to go another route with your child support.
Could the judgment against Mario have anything to do with the murders?
He definitely is a person of interest.
And the detectives won't have any trouble finding him.
He was beside himself with grief. This man was hurt.
But just because Mario was showing emotion still doesn't mean he'd do it.
Questioned by the detectives, Mario insists he didn't have anything to do with the murders.
How did you hear about what happened?
He explained to me that he got word through the grapevine, so to speak, that an incident had occurred.
Well, we heard that you and Brandy weren't getting along too well.
It was just money issues. He didn't deny that he'd have problems with Brandy over the thousands owed in child support.
I know I owe her, I just don't have it.
He provided us information about Brandy, their relationship, his relationship with his daughters.
He definitely wouldn't have hurt his own girls. He loved those twins.
Okay, so where were you last night?
With my girlfriend at a motel.
He was cooperative with police as far as giving them information.
Why don't you and I go talk?
Not only was Mario cooperative, it appears he is telling the truth.
When the detectives followed up on his alibi, the motel had a record of him being there that night. And his girlfriend said he never left the room.
Thank you so much.
With Mario apparently in the clear, detectives move on to Henry Segura, the father of Brandy's youngest child.
He agreed to come to talk with us. He was very even-keeled, very calm, very cordial, but that's not unusual. Everybody grieves differently.
And when detectives asked about his relationship with Brandy, Henry admitted it was complicated.
It started off as an affair, and it was supposed to go into something else, but for whatever reason, that never transpired. But he and Brandy were working it out.
What kind of person is she?
Spunky. She's down to earth. She's real sweet. She's a cool person.
But he says things went downhill with Brandy once his wife learned about the affair.
She caught me on the phone bill one day. Seen the phone bill, saying I was calling this number a lot.
Henry said his wife had confronted Brandy about the affair.
She just would tell her, stop messing with me and yada, yada, yada.
But Brandy was kind of like throwing gas on the fire.
She texted my wife, called her something fat, something.
According to Henry, that's when he decided to cut things off.
I said, I'm tired of you just being disrespectful to my wife. I said, I don't think maybe you mess around with her.
He had to break it off with Brandy, and he got back with his wife.
But investigators wonder, was this too little, too late?
Your wife doesn't like Brandy, does she?
She didn't like that much, unless she wouldn't kill her.
But would Henry?
They asked him when was the last time he had seen Brandy.
I was in her house Wednesday.
This past Wednesday?
That's 48 hours before the killings.
What you're doing here? What's going on?
Just seeing it Wednesday.
Okay.
Henry explains that he couldn't see his son as often as he liked.
It was my first time going there in a while.
But he said he was trying to do right by them.
I put myself on child support.
So she never filed the paperwork for it? You did it?
I did it myself.
Henry also has an alibi for the evening of the murder.
He said, I was at home. He told them, you can check my cell phone. Check with my wife.
Are there any other numbers?
He even agrees to give detectives a DNA sample.
He was cooperative.
And when the detectives pull his cell phone records, they confirm that he was home on the evening of the murder.
His wife also told police that she and Henry spent the evening at home. Okay, bye-bye.
However, just as the investigation seems to be at a dead end,
Homicide, Lewis.
a friend of Brandy's contacts the detectives with a new lead.
I have some information. I'm not sure if it's connected, but I thought you should know.
She said Brandy had been in contact with a federal prison inmate named Enrique Sanchez.
Enrique has been writing letters to Brandy.
These letters that he sent, they were threatening.
Bonding with a prison inmate named Enrique Sanchez.
This girl, her peoples was, locked up, and she had somebody that was looking for someone to be a pen pal with.
Mr. Sanchez sent Brandy letters from the Department of Corrections.
For the person serving time, it helps them feel like they have someone in their corner. They don't feel like they have to do that time alone.
And Brandy got something out of it too.
She's a single mom. She has 3 kids. She has a lot going on in her life. So to be able to communicate with someone and have a connection with someone that you really don't have to make time for, that might have been something that she was able to gain that connection and that stimulation from, but not devote a lot of her actual energy or time to.
But their casual relationship eventually took a serious turn.
Yeah, he actually proposed to her.
Enrique told Brandy he wasn't just any inmate.
And he said that he was a high-level member of a criminal organization out of Chicago and promised Brandy fortune just to marry him.
The friend admits that Brandy was intrigued by Enrique's offer.
But she also wondered if it was a little too good to be true.
She was really hesitant.
Brandy became suspicious of Mr. Sanchez.
According to Brandy's friend, when she declined Enrique's offer, He refused to take no for an answer.
He became a little bit obsessed, just, like talking crazy.
And 2 days before the murder, Enrique sent Brandy a menacing letter. And in the letter, he accused her of being disloyal.
Was it just a coincidence? Or did it have something to do with Brandy's death?
If Enrique was some sort of gang leader, he could have arranged a hit.
It was such a violent crime. I don't know of another crime as violent as this in Tallahassee. Thank you.
When the detectives received the autopsy results, there's no doubt they're dealing with a cold-hearted killer.
Brandy was shot 8 times.
They've also found evidence that one of the children had been shot.
We thought all 3 were drowned. We found one was shot in the head.
2 of those children were alive when they were put in that bathtub, and their 3rd sibling was used to hold them down. I don't even know what to say. It's awful.
To explore the possibility that Brandy and her children were the victims of a gang hit, the detectives set up an interview with Enrique in federal prison.
During an investigation, we have to go down every single lead.
Okay, yes, she turned down my proposal, but that doesn't mean that I killed her.
However, he does repeat the claim that he's a high-ranking member of the powerful Vice Lords gang.
Mr. Sanchez said that he was involved in various other criminal activities that were somewhat high profile. Gave us quite the story.
But detectives came away from the interview suspecting it was just that, a story.
And we pretty much figured out that he wasn't fully there.
There definitely are indicators that he's suffering from a severe mental illness.
And when detectives did a little digging, they discovered he wasn't in prison for anything gang-related.
The reason why he's incarcerated was for sending threatening letters to governors.
And he was someone who kind of perpetually took credit for a lot of different crimes.
With Enrique looking like a dead end, the detectives regroup.
Hoping for a new lead, they subpoenaed Brandy's cell phone records.
When we're doing a homicide investigation, it's like casting a net for fishing. See what comes back.
The records show that on the day of the murder, Brandy had been in frequent contact with a number registered to a man named Aaron Bishop.
So we immediately had an interview with him.
Do you know a woman named Brandy Peters?
No, I never heard of her.
Figuring they've caught Aaron in a lie, the detectives confront him about the calls from his phone.
Aaron's like, what? Hold on, what phone?
When detectives explained, he said he'd given that phone to a coworker.
This coworker have a name?
Yes, Henry Segura.
Which means that shortly before her death, Brandy had been on the phone with her ex-boyfriend.
Murder of Brandy Peters and her 3 children have reason to believe she'd been in contact with her ex, Henry Segura, in the hours leading up to the murders.
It started when they traced the number from Brandy's phone records to a friend of Henry's named Aaron Bishop.
They worked together doing jobs on the welding site.
We were out on the job and I messed up my phone.
He had spilt a drink on top of the phone and the phone stopped working.
Aaron says he'd given the phone to Henry.
Henry takes the phone, puts it in a bag of rice, which is a technique to dry out your phone, and he realized that it still worked.
He asked me if I wanted it back, but I'd already got a new one, so I said he could keep it.
So now Henry thought in his mind, well, oh, okay, cool. I have a second phone that doesn't have my name on it.
Remember, that's how Henry's wife initially found out about his affair with Brandy.
She caught me on the phone bill.
Had he also lied about having a second phone?
Are there any other numbers?
To be sure, the detectives subpoena the tower records for Aaron's old phone.
What they learned could be the key to solving this case.
That phone was at Brandy Peters' house the night of the murder.
Literally on top of the crime scene, right on top of it. And it had been there for hours prior to the murder.
All the detectives need to do now is prove that it was Henry doing the stalking. And the phone records may reveal a way to do it.
Brandy's number wasn't the only one that popped up in the phone records.
Whoever had the phone had also been in regular contact with a number registered to a woman named Letitia Lyle.
Hello?
They spoke to her and she confirmed she was talking to Henry Segura on that phone.
The phone came up under another name, but it was always Henry.
So, why did he use another phone?
Well, he's married.
She was another girl he was having a relationship with.
She was enamored with Henry Segura. She thought that this was a relationship that was going to go somewhere.
But Letitia says she'd recently seen another side of Henry.
He had anger problems.
She noticed how much of a temper that he had.
Like, he put his hands on you?
No, nothing like that. He was just angry all the time.
What about?
This girl, he said she was always trying to put a kid on him.
According to Letitia, he just was venting about Brandy and the situation about the child support. And the fact that he had to pay this money to Brandy for a child that he didn't even think was his.
Which sounds an awful lot like a motive for murder.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Bye.
After Letitia confirms that Henry had a second secret phone, the detectives bring him in for another round of questioning.
What's your other cell phone number?
I have no other cell phone.
Of course, the detectives know that's not true.
I know you have a second.
Once he realizes the detectives have caught him in the lie, he admits he had another phone. In the past.
That was a while ago. That was before Brandy passed away.
He used it to talk to girls he was seeing on the side.
What'd you do with it? I mean,
Throw it away.
Why'd you throw a phone away?
So I don't need it.
When detectives asked when exactly he got rid of that phone, he was just as vague.
I don't remember. I just remember getting rid of the phone. I don't want her to find the phone. Like I say, I don't see where that has anything to do with this.
The detectives, on the other hand, believe Henry's lies about the phone tie everything together.
He never told police about that second cell phone because he knew that with that information, they'd be able to see that his location was consistent with Brandy Peters' house the night of this murder.
I know you were over at her house on Friday. Okay?
We confronted Henry about that information, and at that point, he declined to cooperate any further in the investigation.
I don't answer no more of y'all questions. I don't like the way y'all seem like you're trying to railroad me into being someone that killed a lady and her kids, which being one of my children. I don't have anything to say. Y'all still need to question me. Can I go home now?
For now, detectives have no choice but to let Henry go.
We never felt we had the wrong person. But the evidence we had in this case was very circumstantial. You had a phone, you had a timeline.
And we know he had a motive.
So, to learn more about that motive, detectives dig into the court records.
What they uncover confirms what Letitia told them.
He was ordered to pay a lot of money in child support.
In fact, he owed Brandy even more money than Mario.
Investigating the murder of single mom Brandy Peters and her 3 small children, have discovered that Henry Segura, the father of her youngest child, owed her a significant amount of child support.
Henry told police that he had put himself on child support.
She never filed the paperwork for it. You did it.
I did it, so.
But what he hadn't told them was that he'd gotten significantly behind on his payments.
He's an over-the-road welder. He can have a job 1 month and not have a job for 2 more months.
However, in talking to Henry's coworkers, the detectives learned that he had a plan to deal with his money problems.
Henry had a chance to go to Afghanistan to do military contracting as a welder and get 6 figures.
However, there was one big problem in his plan.
If you have child support payments outstanding, then you cannot leave the country.
With Brandy and their son standing between him and a potential 6-figure payoff, the detectives believe Henry had made a choice.
He felt that he'd be much better off if she was dead and maybe even the kid.
And when the detectives receive the results of the forensics testing from the crime lab, they're convinced that Henry had done the unthinkable to get rid of his child support problems.
Henry Segura's DNA is on the grab bar of the bathtub.
That puts him at the scene where the children were drowned.
Finally, in September of 2011, more than a year after the murders, the authorities place Henry under arrest for murder.
When he was arrested, we attempted to speak to him again, but he didn't want to talk.
In fact, the news that Henry had been arrested for killing both Brandy and his own son leaves nearly everyone speechless.
When it came out that he was involved, it was a shock to think that he could do something like this.
The crime was so heinous that soon after Henry's arrest, prosecutors announced that they would be seeking the death penalty.
It's one of the worst cases I've ever looked at, and if you have kids, your stomach turns. And if anybody deserved death penalty, it was going to be the subject that did this.
There was no offers and no deals.
When Henry goes on trial for murder, the prosecutors maintain that his motive was simple.
Henry Segura committed these murders because he didn't want to pay child support.
It's a need to take back control. The emotional side takes over the rational side.
And according to the prosecutors, there is no doubt that it was Henry who killed Brandy and the kids.
We know from his second cell phone that he was there that night.
And then his DNA being on the bathtub of the house.
What do you want now, Henry?
The prosecutors also argued that Henry's actions that night proved the crime was premeditated.
You have your main phone at home to create an alibi, and then took your second phone with you.
Then he'd gone over to Brandy's house.
We need to talk.
Okay. Come in.
But at some point, after he'd gotten in the door, Henry pulled his gun.
Brandy went to try to either get the phone or even get, whatever weapon she may have had. And I think he started to shoot as she was going down the hall. And then she was beat to death by the gun. But she was not gonna go down without a fight, especially for those children. She fought that fight for her kids.
Once Brandy was dead, Henry went looking for his son. But he'd made a miscalculation.
I don't think the twins were supposed to be home. I think it was just supposed to be his son and Brandy at the house. And now he realizes he has to take care of all of them.
How could you do such a thing? To have taken the life of your own flesh and blood, and innocent children, and the mother of your child? He's a monster.
And you kill your son in order for you not to have to pay $20,000 in child support? 20 grand, bro?
There was no conscience there. He cared more about protecting himself and protecting his lifestyle.
When it's the defense's turn, they argue that Henry is totally innocent.
The defense in this case was always Henry didn't do it. You got the wrong person.
And when the defense put Henry on the stand, he certainly did not look like a killer.
He gets his direct from his defense attorney. It comes across clean, calm, he's cool, collected, no issues.
But the defense's strategy isn't without risk.
We knew that he definitely wasn't always respectful of women. Just looking at the evidence in his cell phone, how he talked to the women he was in relationships with.
He had anger problems.
So let's see how he reacts to being questioned by a woman.
The cross-examination by Sarah Dugan allowed the jury to see the true colors of Henry.
When he felt challenged, especially by a woman, he realized and started lashing back at her.
The switch flips, and you get to see the monster that's inside him.
The jury definitely saw it.
Henry Segura was found guilty of 4 counts of first-degree murder.
However, they stopped short of the death penalty.
Henry Segura was sentenced to life in prison.
The family can finally have closure. Justice was served. It's done. The book is closed on this one.
But no amount of prison time will ever make up for the pain Henry caused, or the lives he took.
This will always be just a sad tragedy. I could never really understand.
Being in love requires a leap of faith. Following someone into the great unknown, hoping to find your happily ever after. But when passion and devotion are twisted into obsession and control, that leap of faith can feel like being pushed off a cliff. Plummeting into an abyss where everything you know, even yourself, slowly falls further and further away until you hit 2017, Detroit, Michigan. It's a quiet evening in the city once known as the crime capital of America. But Detroit has made a comeback, and many who call the community home have invested in the rebuild to promote change.
People are making neighborhoods safer, helping police enforcement to stop criminal behavior and activity.
But in one Detroit community, a single gunshot sends those efforts up in smoke.
Detroit 911. We just had a robbery. Our employee is dying. Is he breathing? Yes, he's breathing. He's losing too much blood. I need you to stay with me. I request the police and EMS.
Police rushed to the scene, an auto parts store on Schaefer Highway, 10 miles northwest of downtown.
All they knew at that particular time that it was a robbery and a shooting.
There's blood around an older male on the floor suffering a gunshot wound.
He was shot in the head and in grave condition.
When you go to a scene like that, it strikes down in your own heart.
We had to catch the persons that was involved.
As EMTs rushed the victim to a nearby hospital, responding officers cordon off the scene. But as they dig into the investigation, they will discover there is more to this robbery and to the individual that pulled the trigger than meets the eye. "23-year-old Detroit native Shantae Anderson was a dedicated mom to her young daughter of 4.
She's a young single mom, doing the best that she can.
The pregnancy had been a bit of a shock to Shantae, as well as to the child's father.
We was in a year-long relationship, and unbeknownst to me, I was pregnant.
The father didn't stick around after the baby was born, but that only made Shantae more determined to provide for her little girl.
She said, I'm a strong woman. I can do this myself. I want to be able to take care of her. So I'm going to go ahead and try to become a professional woman.
My goal was to become a preschool teacher, so I went to school for early childhood development.
Shantae leaned on her family while she studied toward her degree.
I had family support. When it came to my daughter, my mom and my sister still watch her while I worked and went to school.
With a close family and a beautiful baby girl, Shantae felt lucky. But there was one thing missing.
Most young women at that age desire some form of companionship.
She said, I don't need a man to help me, but I want somebody that I can love.
And Shantae soon found love with an old family friend, 39-year-old Leviticus Cooper.
I knew him, most of my life growing up. He was a friend of my dad's and my uncle's.
Even though Leviticus was 16 years older than Shantae, she felt safe with him.
There is this paternal element to it, protector, provider, father figure. All of these elements make it very easy for someone to fall in love.
If I ever needed anything, I could just call him. Without a shadow of a doubt, he was there to fix it.
For Shantae, her connection with Leviticus grew even stronger after a death in her family.
When my uncle passed away, he had stuck around and helped my great-grandma. It kind of attracted me to him.
They started talking, they started really connecting.
But little did Shantae know that the love of her life was harboring a secret. One that would propel Shantae down a dark path, into a life she barely recognized, into a decision that came with fatal consequences. Detectives have been dispatched to an auto parts store on Detroit's west side.
When the police got to the scene, they noticed a man that was shot in the head.
The victim, still breathing, was immediately taken to the hospital.
He was identified as 69-year-old James Holler.
He was the store manager.
Detectives speak to Mr. Haller's employees. It's clear he was loved by everyone who knew him.
He was well known in the area and a stalwart citizen in the community.
James Holler is a war vet. He took up this job as kind of a part-time gig in retirement.
He was a hard-working man, always made sure we had clothes on our back and food on the table.
He loved us, he loved his kids, and he took care of us. He did what he was supposed to do as a man and as a father.
Now, as the beloved Mr. Haller fights for his life at the hospital, detectives must ascertain what happened.
The employees stated that 2 women had entered and looked around the store. At some point, one woman produced a gun.
And they announced a holdup.
The store employees stated that approximately $100 was taken.
Before they made off with the stolen cash, one of the women fired a single gunshot, striking Mr. Haller in the head. As he fell to the floor, the 2 women fled the scene.
They got away in a dark color SUV with a back window that was busted out, but it was covered with plastic.
There was a third suspect, a getaway driver.
As detectives wrap up their eyewitness interviews, they receive word from the hospital.
James Holler died from his injuries.
I couldn't take it. It didn't seem real. I was very upset, very hurt.
I was upset and I was mad. The only thing really running through my mind was why? Don't even make sense. For all things, in all places, why?
Who would want to do such a thing to a beloved member of the community? To help answer that question, detectives checked the store's surveillance cameras.
And the perpetrators could be seen on video.
They could see that it was the 2 black females.
The videos provide a solid visual description of the perpetrators, with both of them, and the getaway driver, still at large. Detectives know time is of the essence.
You've got two gun women that are on the loose, and who knows what they're capable of next.
As detectives fan out in search of the suspects, they will uncover a twisted affair, one that compelled not one, but two women to rob, steal, and murder, all in the name of love.
She loved him. It's just that simple. And unfortunately, life moves faster than our moral compass.
Shantae Anderson is a young mother who found love where she least expected it. In the arms of Leviticus Cooper, a family friend 16 years her senior.
Me and him had fun a lot, and I loved him.
She was deeply devoted to Leviticus. Her love was unwavering.
But after a few months of blissful romance, Shantae discovered that Leviticus had been harboring a shocking secret.
Unfortunately, this honeymoon phase doesn't last long for her. Turns out Leviticus has another life.
A life that, as fate would have it, would inextricably link Shantae Anderson to the armed robbery that left 69-year-old James Haller Jr. dead on the floor of the Detroit auto parts store he managed.
He had a good reputation. He was a kind person. He was a nice person. A lot of people knew Mr. Haller, and a lot of people were pissed.
The only thing really running through my mind was find out who did it and where they at.
Armed with surveillance footage of the two shooters, police hold a press conference the day after the shooting.
Certainly the unthinkable happened, unsensible, unnecessary, cowardly. We're relentless, and we're going to arrest you.
The victim's family also made a plea for the perpetrators.
I just want to say, you took something that can't be replaced. That man raised me, took care of me, fed me, made sure I went to school every day.
You see the family talking to the crowd and, all these microphones and all these cameras right in front of your face. You try to just suck it up and do it in the mere effort to try to find who killed your loved one.
Turn yourself in, because God gonna get you if the police don't. God gonna get you. You gotta pay for what you did. You took a father away, you took a husband away.
It was quite emotional. The wife, the children, everyone was upset.
You didn't have to shoot him! You didn't have to shoot him!
Police released the store's surveillance videos of the crime to the public, hoping someone in the community can ID the suspects.
We need you to call us, anybody with information. This family wants justice. We want justice.
There was a lot of publicity when this particular crime occurred because Mr. Haller, the victim, was a very popular person.
Tips pour in, and one caller says the woman in the video looks like a friend of his, named Shantae Anderson. Detectives immediately run a background check on Shantae.
They didn't find anything bad on her in her background. They found that she was trying to get an associate's degree. They found out that she had a kid.
In fact, police find evidence that Shantae is active in the fight against crime in her hometown.
She was being an activist for the community, helping police enforcement to stop criminal behavior and activity.
She volunteered her help to the Detroit 300 organization. Now, Detroit 300 goes around helping victims of crime and bringing attention to the most outrageous crimes.
So clearly she has a desire to help and give back.
Was this a case of mistaken identity? Or did Shantae suddenly break bad? And if so, why? Detectives head to Shantae's last known address in hopes of speaking with her.
A lot of times, right at the point where you just know this is the person, and then you have to start all over.
She says, no, there's been a mistake.
Believes she found her soulmate in older man Leviticus Cooper.
He's a man that is familiar to her, the stable figure, a man that has been around for many years, who she can depend on and rely on.
But Shantae would soon discover that the relationship wasn't built on trust, but rather on deception. And despite all the lies and prevarications, she'd wind up doing the unthinkable, all in the name of love. On November 3rd, 2 days after the murder of James Haller Jr., Detroit detectives stake out what they believe to be the home of Shante Anderson, one of the female suspects caught on tape during the shooting.
They do surveillance on her last known address, and they see a woman matching her description leaving that residence.
Police have a photo of Shante, and this woman looks exactly like her.
They go up to her and say, "Shante, put your hands up." She says, "There's been a mistake. I'm not Shante Anderson."
Detectives ask the woman to show them some identification.
She didn't have any ID on her.
Since she has no ID and she can't prove who she is, the police take her into custody.
At the station, detectives interrogate the unidentified woman.
Do you understand we're conducting a criminal investigation?
With me?
November the 1st, around 5 o'clock, where were you?
I was at home.
The woman continues to deny that she is Shante Anderson.
Okay, I'm just gonna show you a picture real quick, okay? Who is that?
That's Shante. That's my sister.
Investigators realize they do in fact have a case of mistaken identity.
We made a mistake. We thought you were your sister. And I apologize. When's the last time you saw her?
I haven't seen her since like the summertime. My boyfriend and her boyfriend got into it.
Who's her boyfriend?
I only know his nickname.
What's his name?
Nut.
Do you have a phone number for him?
No.
Unable to obtain the name or number of Shantae's boyfriend, detectives press Vanessa for the address where he and Shante might be staying.
We stay on Frankel and Stansbury.
Frankel and Stansbury?
Mm-hmm.
Who lives over there with her?
I don't know who stayed there, but I know he be over there because it's her boyfriend.
On November 4th, 3 days after the shooting, police descend upon the address provided by Shantae's sister.
They announced, police search warrant, and no one was there.
The house is empty when they go in.
They had to clear the area to make sure there was nobody gonna attack them or anything else like that.
Once the house is cleared, detectives scour it for possible clues.
They just checked the whole area out. They were looking for weapons. They were looking for anything that allowed them to connect to that crime that they had.
On the counter, detectives find a stack of mail, but not all of it is addressed to Shante.
They find mail belonging to another individual that lives there, a man named Leviticus.
Detectives now believe Leviticus is Shantae's boyfriend.
The police suspect that Leviticus may also be associated with the robbery and maybe the getaway driver.
Police also discover mail and an ID card belonging to a woman named Ebony McEwen Ross.
The mail belonging to Ebony verifies that she lives there.
But who is Ebony McEwen Ross? Is she the other woman in the surveillance video? The next morning, detectives search information on the two names found in the home.
They cross-check any social media accounts to determine how they're connected.
Police locate an account for 28-year-old Ebony McEwen Ross. Scrolling through Ebony's feed, they discover that she's friends with Shante Anderson. But that's not all.
They found a picture of Ebony, and behind her was exactly the same vehicle that was involved in the shooting. The SUV, dark color, and the back window that was taped up
is the SUV seen leaving the auto parts store. Investigators find that Ebony has an SUV registered in her name.
Detectives put out an APB for Ebony's vehicle. They also put one out for another vehicle, one that's registered to Leviticus Cooper.
The police now believe they have identified 3 people involved in the robbery.
It isn't long before the APB on Leviticus's vehicle pays off.
Police did pull Leviticus over and they were able to arrest him.
Once Leviticus is in custody, he spills the beans on a romance involving not just Shante Anderson, but Ebony McEwen Ross as well. A romance that was the catalyst for the murder of James Haller Jr.
These two women will do or die for their man, no matter what.
69-year-old James Haller Jr. Detroit police have identified two prime suspects in the case: Shantae Anderson and Ebony McEwen Ross.
Surveillance video shows both women there at the store where they committed this armed robbery.
The investigation has also yielded another person of interest, Leviticus Cooper, whom police believe to be Shantae's boyfriend.
Leviticus may also be involved in the robbery, maybe also the getaway driver.
While Shantae and Ebony seem to be in the wind, police have tracked down Leviticus and have brought him in for questioning. Detectives asked Leviticus about his relationship with Shantae Anderson. Leviticus characterizes it as something different than the once-in-a-lifetime romance envisioned by Shantae.
We've been messing around for a year and a half.
You guys have a romantic relationship?
Yeah, we sexual.
But it's what Leviticus says about Ebony McEwen Ross that really piques detectives' attention.
We've been messing around for 5.5 years.
There was some type of love triangle going on.
I mean, you consider them girlfriends, right?
Yeah.
How'd this happen?
I was messing around both of them. They found out about each other.
According to Leviticus, Shantae was initially devastated to learn that he was seeing another woman.
This crushes Shantae because she's in love with him.
Not that Ebony was exactly thrilled to learn about Shantae either.
They know that it was few. I'm saying I'm not gonna be neither one of y'all.
He was sleeping with both of us, and she looking at me like, this is my man, and I'm looking at her like, this is my man.
These women are having to vie for time, affection, commitment, attention. So it does create this kind of messy system of competition.
Leviticus says that's when he offered a solution that he described as a win-win-win.
Leviticus proposed that they all be in a relationship together.
Because I got love for both girls, man.
Leviticus says Ebony seemed cool with the proposal, but that Shantae had some misgivings, though eventually she came around.
She's thinking, if I leave, I'm no longer going to have this man in my life. I'm going to be alone.
She decides, I think I can deal with this.
I agreed to it mainly because I loved him and I saw the good in him. When you love somebody like that, I have no choice but either to accept it or reject it.
That tells you that he has a command over both of the women, that they would even say this is an okay thing for us to do.
Leviticus is a strong personality. Both the women are romantically attracted to him, and it almost becomes cult-like.
And they're your living girlfriends, right?
Yeah.
He has two women that are there for his pleasure, to support and provide for his emotional needs as well.
For any man to have two girlfriends living together, know about each other, and are totally satisfied and okay with that. Very unusual relationship.
But there was one person who Leviticus had no desire to make room for: Shantae's 4-year-old daughter.
Where's her daughter at? She's not at the house, right?
No.
Her daughter ends up moving in with her mother.
It was a big dysfunctional relationship.
Detectives are stunned by Leviticus's candid revelations. But what they really want to know is if Shantae and Ebony were behind the murder of James Haller Jr. Leviticus wastes no time throwing both his women under the bus.
These two did it, right? There's no question, right?
The question was asked, well, were you the driver? And he says no.
I think you're lying. I swear to God, I ain't got nothing to do with this. I'm telling you the honest to God truth, sir. I would never tell him to do no like that because I love him so much. I wouldn't put him in harm's way.
Leviticus explains he didn't even know about the crime until the day after.
He says that after the crime, he met up with Miss Anderson and she told him what occurred.
She wanted you to meet up with her?
And that's she told me what happened.
What's the first thing she said?
You know, she instantly started crying. You know what I mean? Saying I ain't got no place to go. She's saying I know it's wrong. One day led to another. Before I know it, we came up with the idea of robbing. We went in there, told me, baby, and I shot her. I think like, you killed him, Shante. Are they looking for you, sweetie? You killed that man. I'm like, man, what done it?
Did she tell you where the gun's at?
Said she do it, that's it. She didn't tell me where.
Leviticus also tells detectives where to find Shante.
Leviticus told the police that he hid her at his grandmother's house.
When you receive information on where a wanted person may be, you want to take the right steps and be cautious, especially if that person may be armed at that time.
As for Ebony, Leviticus claims he hasn't seen her.
Where do you think she's at?
I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea.
Detectives asked Leviticus what drove these two women, especially a once hard-working single mom like Shante, to commit such a brutal crime.
Leviticus thought that the motive dealt with the fact that it was his birthday. They wanted to surprise him. They wanted to buy him a gift. So they decided, because they had no money, to rob this store.
Detectives find that statement hard to believe. But with Ebony McEwen Ross still MIA, detectives shift their focus to bringing Shante Anderson into custody.
Police goes to the house, they surround it. They're hoping that she'll surrender peacefully.
She gave herself up. They arrested her without any kind of situation or anything.
However, Ebony is nowhere to be found.
With Shante in custody, detectives hope they'll soon learn the true motive behind this seemingly senseless shooting, and how a good girl like Shante wound up on the wrong side of the law.
I feel like if I was not dating him, I wouldn't have been put in no situation.
Of the two women who they believe is responsible for the robbery murder that killed James Haller Jr.
She comes out of the home and surrenders without incident.
Back at the station, detectives grill Shante about her involvement in the crime.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I've worked around the police a lot. I'm very smart. And it's not that I don't want to answer your questions, but I prefer just to get a legal advisor's advice.
That's fair, but you know, it's some pretty hefty allegations that's been levied against you. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so you know, when you put it all together and it goes over to the prosecutor's office, they're gonna make their decision whether you say anything or not. Okay.
Detectives lay out the charges against her. For Shante, it's an almost out-of-body experience.
It didn't feel real. That's not me. Actually taking somebody's life. I've never been in trouble in my life. It just felt like, no, this can't be.
People suppress information. If I don't say it out loud, and if I keep convincing myself I'm a good person, then it never happened.
With Shante still refusing to answer questions, detectives decide to terminate the interview. Between Leviticus Cooper's initial statement and the surveillance video from the shooting, detectives have enough evidence to charge Shante with felony murder and armed robbery.
They had very strong evidence against her in this particular case. In Michigan, that's mandatory life in prison if convicted without parole.
A week after Shantae's arrest, the search for Ebony McEwen Ross comes to an end.
Ebony surrenders eventually to the police.
There's nothing to hide for her anymore, and there's no benefit to hiding.
She came to the police station, got out of that SUV. They had seen the surveillance video, announced who she was, and was taken into custody. They're not really sure where she was during that period of time, and she did not elaborate on it.
Unlike Shante, Ebony has plenty to say to detectives.
Was it your idea to go there or not?
No.
Whose idea was
It was Shantae's idea.
it? It was Shantae's idea to do the robbery?
Yeah, I didn't know what was gonna happen until I got there.
Have you guys ever done anything like this in the past?
Never. Never.
What were you guys doing it for?
I don't know. I don't have an answer. I wish I did. I wish I had an answer for that family. I don't.
What do you make of all this?
My life is over. The life that I planned for myself.
Detectives press Ebony on Leviticus's involvement, but she immediately shuts them down.
There is speculation that Leviticus was the getaway driver.
Did Leviticus have anything to do with any of this? So what was Leviticus's role at all, if anything?
None.
She didn't give him up, didn't say he was involved at all.
Ebony tells detectives a man named J-Rock was the one driving the getaway car.
How can we identify J-Rock? How can I find him? Do you know anything about him?
Nothing. And that's the worst part. I know nothing.
During the investigation, nobody came up with a rock.
She very well may have been protecting Leviticus. They went all the way to rob a store for him just to get him a gift.
Ebony McEwen Ross is charged with felony murder and 2 counts of armed robbery.
The police were never able to actually figure out who the driver was or to actually implicate Leviticus more than harboring after the fact.
For helping Shantae lay low after the shooting, Leviticus Cooper is formally charged with accessory after the fact.
Leviticus was charged because he let her hide at his grandmother's house after the shooting.
With Leviticus, Ebony, and Shantae all in custody, one question remains. What truly led Shantae Anderson to pull the trigger that fateful day?
In my professional opinion, women commit crimes for men because of love.
It doesn't have to be rational. It doesn't have to be logical. She loved him. And it led her to make some very destructive decisions.
Has been charged in the murder of military veteran and beloved community figure James Haller Jr. Another woman, Ebony McEwen Ross, has also been charged in the crime, which stemmed from the robbery of the auto parts store where Mr. Haller was the manager.
They were charged with felony murder, as well as 2 counts of armed robbery.
The investigation also revealed that the 2 young women were in a polyamorous relationship with 39-year-old Leviticus Cooper prior to the crime.
We're talking about a 39-year-old man with a 28 and a 23-year-old woman. In this relationship, this little love triangle, that's not, common.
As for Leviticus, he's been charged as an accessory after the fact. In his interview, Leviticus claimed he had nothing to do with the murder and told police he believes Shantae and Ebony committed the robbery in order to secure the necessary funds to buy him a birthday present.
They're doing this whole, it's your birthday, let's turn up. They want to make sure that they're pleasing to him.
It speaks to desperation. They engaged in this because Babe loved him.
Both women decide to forego a trial and take a plea deal. At her sentencing hearing, Shantae claims she has no memory of committing the crime.
I don't really remember what happened. It's like a fog.
She was highly inebriated with alcohol and weed throughout the day of the shooting.
To say that you had no memory because you've been drinking, I mean, we've all had a couple drinks, maybe gone a little bit too far, but you don't murder someone.
Shantae tells the courtroom that the true motive behind the crime was fear. Fear that she'd upset her man, Leviticus Cooper, who over the past few months had morphed from a loving, caring partner into something far more menacing.
Leviticus ends up becoming very controlling and possessive.
She takes orders and she obeys.
When you feel like you're in love with that person, you kind of overlook all the negative.
He was 16 years her senior when there's such a substantial age difference. There is an element of control and power.
Shantae says she considered leaving, but deep down, she still loved Leviticus.
Even when there was a negative going on, basically, I would make excuses.
She got so caught up in, I want to please him. I want to make sure that he still loves me.
Shantae says that on the afternoon of the crime, she and Ebony were hanging out, having a few drinks, worrying about what they could buy Leviticus for his birthday. Moments later, Leviticus's friend, a man Shantae claims they knew only as J-Rock, allegedly rolled up in Ebony's black SUV.
I remember J-Rock telling us that Leviticus said go ride with him somewhere.
Shantae explains that J-Rock suggested it was time to go shopping for Leviticus, whether the two women had money or not. Shantae and Ebony did as they were told.
Basically, anything Leviticus say goes. J-Rock knew that if he threw his name in there, that we were going to listen.
It was an opportunity for her to prove that her love was unwavering, that she was deeply devoted to Leviticus.
If J-Rock wouldn't have said his name, I wouldn't have agreed to nothing.
Whether J-Rock or perhaps even Leviticus encouraged Shantae and Ebony to commit the robbery is unclear. Because, as Shantae tells the court, from that point on, things get fuzzy.
We was drinking and smoking, so I really don't remember what happened.
When it's their turn, prosecutors pick up the story where Shantae left off and spell out what they believe happened inside the auto parts store on the evening of November 1st, 2017.
The two women arrived at the store.
They looked around and they only saw a few people that was inside.
Shantae pulls out a handgun and points it at the clerk.
Ebony starts taking the money out of the register.
Mr. Heller came out of the back. She raised a pistol and fired.
A single shot struck Mr. Holler in the head, causing him to collapse to the floor.
They ran out immediately after that.
The women jumped in the passenger side of the SUV. There appears that there was a getaway driver, but no one actually saw that individual.
It's a gruesome picture the prosecution paints. One made all the more gut-wrenching by the impact statement given by Mr. Haller's family just prior to sentencing.
Mr. Holler's wife, she's obviously very distraught, very angry, and very upset. She tells Miss Anderson, "You don't realize what you did. I wish I can hang you."
The judge sentences Shantae Anderson to 30 to 60 years in prison for her role as the shooter.
I was just pretty much numb, and I signed the plea deal and I left out the courtroom.
Shantae's lack of emotion doesn't sit well with the victim's family.
You made a poor life decision. Own up to it, instead of trying to be a little punk and run from it. Or at least show some damn remorse.
At her sentencing hearing, Ebony McEwen Ross receives a sentence of 21 to 50 years.
Ebony was very remorseful. She stood in front of the judge in tears.
Leviticus Cooper also pleads guilty to accessory after the fact for hiding Shantae at his grandmother's house.
These women will spend a good chunk of their lives in prison. He ends up getting 2.5 years probation.
As for the mysterious J-Rock, detectives were never able to locate him. Some of them question whether he even existed at all.
I believe that it was Leviticus that was driving. They could have been protecting him for the sake of protecting him because he was their lover.
In the eyes of the law, justice was served. But nothing can ever bring James Haller Jr. back to his family.
I have my moments where I cry. His presence is missed. He didn't just die, he was taken from me.
It's been rough. He was my hero, my Superman.
As for Shantae's daughter, she too has suffered the ripple effects of that fateful day in 2017.
Ultimately, other family members have to step up and take care of the child.
Think before you go do something stupid. You can turn people's lives upside down, including your own.
This is not how life was supposed to be.
They say that faith makes all things possible, and that love makes all things worthwhile. But what happens when you take that leap of faith with Mr. Wrong? How far is the fall? And once you've hit rock bottom, is there any way back up?
Even though Shantae says she's not going to be defined by this,
she was a hardworking mom and wife, determined to succeed.
Her husband was supporting her dreams.
She wanted the best for her kids and her family.
She ended up pulling herself up by the bootstraps.
She was a success story.
She was an entrepreneur.
But now she's a victim.
I just see blood coming out the back of her head.
They came in and tried to rob us.
This appeared to be a home invasion.
Y'all hurry up and get it.
The husband is distraught.
When the police arrive, he's holding his wife.
He's just pleading with her not to die.
But is anything about this case what it appears to be?
There was bad blood, bad feelings.
People become desperate.
It never even dawned on me.
They plotted all this up under me, under my nose, played me like a fool.
So you should be charged with first degree murder.
29th, 2017. It's early Thursday morning in Lake Worth, Florida, a town of 40,000 that runs along the water below West Palm Beach.
West Palm Beach is part of Palm Beach County, and it's more of an affordable area to live.
Lake Worth, especially suburban Lake Worth, is one of those sort of sprawling suburbs on the edges of West Palm Beach.
It is an area where families can feel safe in their homes or out in the community.
But safety is never guaranteed. A little after 2 a.m., Palm Beach County Dispatch receives a series of frantic 911 calls from a house on the south side of town.
911 emergency. Do you need the police or the paramedic? We need a paramedic here. They came in and tried to rob us and they shot us. You took the keys to my car. You had on the mask. Or you want the gunshot?
I need fire rescue immediately. Somebody's been shot.
He's not breathing.
You can hear the grief in his voice. You can hear just the anguish that he's going through.
Because according to the caller, the victim is his sister, Makiva Jenkins.
Get here now, my sister is dying for her life.
Makiva Jenkins was grounded by faith and family.
She loved her family. She loved the Lord. Church was very important to her faith.
She was a real sweet girl, you know. She was really a God-fearing person. She loved to go to church. She loved to do things, you know, go out and have fun.
It was through a church event that the 34-year-old single mom met her husband, Yuri Jenkins, in 2010.
Both Yuri's parents were pastors. His father was a pastor of a church. His mother was a minister.
Yuri's mom was at a church convention with him, and Makiva was there too. And she had already knew who his mom was, but to see him with his mom, it was like, oh, who is that?
There is a sense of divine intervention. You're like, wow, we have the same thing in common, and he believes in God. That right there can definitely spark some interest.
I wish your mother would have told me how handsome her son is.
Beautiful to stay. To see her face, you know, how happy she was.
The next few years were happy ones.
Makiva had a daughter from a previous relationship, but Yuri took her in as his own. They had really built a wonderful life together.
She ended up putting herself through college. She was so driven to succeed because she really just wanted the best for her daughter and her family.
Yuri helped take care of Makiva's daughter so that she could attend classes, but he also made extra money on the side.
He was a barber, and people came to him to get their hair cut.
The couple also welcomed a new baby in 2011, a son.
But then in 2013, the family hit rock bottom.
They tried to open up a couple of businesses that ended up failing.
They were broke and ended up homeless.
She didn't have a place to stay. She really didn't have no money. She didn't have too much of anything, really.
Until it all turned around.
Makiva attended a financial literacy seminar.
She felt like it was a goal to always be financially stable.
She learned about budgeting, business plans, that sort of thing.
She ended up getting up out of that hole that she was in.
But it was Yuri who suggested she take it to the next level.
You're like, why haven't you tried to go be a tutor or be a teacher, teach people about how to start a business?
She opened a consulting firm that helped aspiring entrepreneurs.
Yuri gave her an idea and she ran with it.
She taught them how to become successful, to turn their ideas into a means of taking care of their families and accomplishing their goals.
And she didn't just teach it, she lived it.
She didn't have very much growing up, but because of her dedication and her hard work, she was able to raise herself up into a position to where she was actually making 6 figures a year.
She had moved her family into a beautiful home in a beautiful neighborhood.
It seemed the sky was the limit for Makiva and her family.
She was on her way to being a very wealthy woman.
Her family was growing too. Makiva and Yuri welcomed another daughter in 2016.
She was essentially living the American dream.
But now Makiva and Yuri's American dream has turned into a nightmare.
My sister just got shot in the head.
Makiva's brother and Yuri's friend, Dimitri, both called 911.
Somebody walked up on us with a gun.
She has a hole under her ear the size of a nickel, and you see blood kind of coming out of it.
Can y'all please get here now?
We have several units on the way.
When the police and EMTs arrive, they find Makiva upstairs in the master bedroom.
Yuri is in the room and he's holding Makiva.
He was hysterical, just pleading with her not to die.
They actually have to remove him physically from his wife.
Then as EMTs get to work, there's a sudden glimmer of hope.
All right, let's grab the back door.
She started coughing, and then I seen her start breathing. And I'm like, fight it, Kiva, fight it.
"34-year-old Makiva Jenkins and her husband Yuri were living the good life in Palm Beach County, Florida.
They lived in a beautiful neighborhood. They were doing very, very well.
She was what many people would call a rags to riches story.
This was someone who faced many challenges and obstacles in her life, but she didn't let that stop her.
But now EMTs are rushing to save Makiva, the apparent victim of a masked intruder.
She was shot in the head while she was sleeping, and she was barely clinging on to life.
I'm telling her, you can fight it, you're strong, you can do it.
As Makiva is rushed to the hospital, police at the scene are already chasing down their first lead.
Yuri's friend Dimitri Dale told the 911 operator this guy came in, he took my keys, he took the car.
Took my car. If you find the vehicle, there's a possibility the shooter may be close by.
While police put out an APB on Dimitri's stolen car, detectives arrive and take over the investigation.
Detectives started by questioning the 3 witnesses at the scene.
Let's get everybody separated.
Outside, detectives talk to Yuri Jenkins, Dimitri Dale, and Makiva's brother, Marquavius Greer. The interview's especially difficult for Makiva's husband.
I know this is hard, but we need your help to find who did this.
I'll try.
He's trying to keep his composure.
He is inconsolable about what's happening.
But eventually, between Yuri, Dimitri, and Marquavius. Detectives are able to piece together what happened.
About 2 o'clock in the morning, Yuri is in his garage hanging out with some friends.
Usually we'll lounge around, play the video games, just chilling, vibing out.
Although that night, Yuri was also giving Makiva's brother a haircut.
That's what he did, hanging out, giving haircuts.
Yuri's friend, Dimitri Dale, showed up a little before 2 a.m.
How's it going, man? Yo, what's up?
I'm thinking like, he probably here just to get a haircut or something.
But Marquavius was still in the chair when the gunman walked into the garage a few minutes later.
He caught them all by surprise.
He went to Dimitri first, threw Dimitri on the ground, came to me, snatched me out the barber chair. And the whole time this going on, I'm laughing. I'm like, okay, this gotta be a joke. You can't be serious.
Oh, you think I'm playing?
Like, okay, you dead serious.
What kind of gun was it? A revolver.
He pushes me to the side, points the gun at Dimitri and tells Dimitri where the keys to the car at.
And you gave me your car keys?
What was I supposed to do, man? The guy had a gun.
People always be talking about how, oh, if I was in that situation, this what I would have did. But man, in any situation like that, you wouldn't know what to do or how to do it.
When you're in that situation, all that you can focus on is that there's a gun pointed at you.
After that, he tells all us to get up, go in the house. So as we're in the house, you got Dimitri, you got me, then behind me is Yuri and the gunman.
He's saying, where's Cuesta? Where's Cuesta?
Cuesta?
It's my mom.
At that moment, I'm thinking to myself, like, what the hell?
You want my mom? Where's she at?
My mama must have got into an argument with somebody, tried something with somebody, and made them mad.
I thought that maybe she owed somebody money or something.
But if the gunman was after money, he didn't act like it.
The house wasn't ransacked. They weren't tied up while he rummaged for valuables.
This is a targeted attack.
But who was the gunman's target?
He went looking through the house and ended up in the bedroom where Makiva was sleeping.
I just heard the gunshot. Boom.
Clearly could have been a mistaken identity, not knowing, just saw a female in the bed, so assumed that was Quest.
After that, the intruder fled.
We ran downstairs, and I run into the room, and you see blood. So as I'm seeing that, Yuri told me to call 911.
Call 911! Call 911!
The husband, who's trying to save her life, pressing against the wound.
Wake up.
He was holding her head, trying to make sure she's okay, talking to her like, Kiva, you know, I can't do this without you.
What am I going to tell our kids?
Kids?
Fortunately, Yuri informed detectives that their children had been staying with his parents and were nowhere near the crime scene.
At the end of the interviews, detectives see no reason to doubt anyone's story.
Everybody's story's consistent as to what happened in the house.
Now all detectives have to do is find the shooter. And it's not long after they finish the interviews that they get their first big break.
Dimitri's stolen car was found less than a mile from Akiva's house.
The person who drove didn't go very far with it.
They found the car.
If there's any fingerprints or evidence in the vehicle, it's going to be important to this case.
While CSIs impound the car and begin to process it for forensics, the detectives receive word from the hospital. Makiva has died in surgery.
I really felt like dying myself, and I just blamed myself. You know, I just kind of beat myself up. I should have died in that house with Makiva.
Despite the family's grief, the detectives ask Makiva's mother to come in for a statement the following morning.
Why was this guy asking for Cuesta? We need to find out what's going on.
But there's little she can tell them.
Why would anybody be looking for me?
There's nothing to indicate that this house is where she lives.
You didn't owe anybody any money.
Have any problems with anyone at all?
No, no one.
Instead, Makiva's mother offers up another explanation. as to why someone may have targeted her daughter.
She talked about how she was now making 6 figures.
This was all on social media.
She wasn't bragging. She wanted to encourage people.
But did Makiva end up doing the opposite?
People watching these posts could be jealous of her success.
2 motives for murder is jealousy and money.
Detectives investigating the murder of Makiva Jenkins have learned that the 34-year-old business consultant was killed soon after posting online about her financial success.
Makiva had done very well for herself, and she had no problem posting about it.
She talked about how she started with nothing and became successful.
The post was meant to be very encouraging. Basically, she was like, if I can do it, you can do it too.
But now detectives wonder if someone took Makiva's post the wrong way.
Social media always causes a lot of jealousy, especially among friends, because not everybody's able to get out of the old neighborhood and improve their lifestyle.
Police had to consider whether the killer could be a client.
When you look at somebody's business practice, you're looking for some unhappy customers. And in business, there's always going to be 1 or 2 people that are unhappy with your services.
They looked at whether or not she had promised to set up someone's business and it didn't go the way they wanted it to go.
After police interviewed Makiva's mother, they started looking into Makiva's business to find if there were any disgruntled clients that may have had a motive to want to take revenge.
When they look into Makiva Jenkins' financial dealings and her business dealings, they don't really find anything wrong.
But when detectives scroll through Makiva's social media accounts, they do find something interesting.
There was some heated exchanges between Makiva and another woman.
Her name is Courtney Bell.
Courtney was the mother of Yuri's daughter from before Makiva and Yuri met.
She had some very, very negative, nasty things to say about Makiva Jenkins.
Courtney was disparaging and really ridiculing Makiva. It was brutal.
When you post trashing someone who is murdered a very short time later, it's only natural that you're going to become suspect number 1.
From the posts, it appears that Courtney may have had reason to resent Makiva and Yuri's success.
He owed back child support to her over $10,000. And when somebody is owed money, feels like they've been left out, and now somebody posts how well they're doing, that automatically would be a trigger point to set off somebody's anger.
There's one problem with the theory, though.
The police knew for sure that she was not the shooter. As the shooter was a male, she did not fit the description.
That does not mean that she was not involved in some way.
When detectives bring Courtney in for questioning, she doesn't deny making the social media posts.
Courtney was honest about the fact that she does not like Makiva Jenkins.
She's always talking about how much money she's got.
However, that isn't the only reason she resents Makiva.
She is upset about the lack of a relationship between her child and the child's father, Yuri Jenkins.
If it wasn't for her, we'd still be together.
However, Courtney denies any involvement in Makiva's murder.
She said she had absolutely nothing to do with Makiva's death, and she would not want anything bad to happen to her.
The detectives can't be certain, though, and after talking to Courtney, they subpoena her cell phone records.
They want to see who she's spoken to during that time period. Are there messages going back and forth with someone?
Then, while waiting to hear back from Courtney's cell provider, detectives review the requested surveillance footage from Makiva's neighborhood.
The police received surveillance videos from other homes in the area, trying to see where the shooter may have came from. Were they alone?
Video from around the time of the murder shows a black SUV entering the neighborhood.
The black SUV entered the neighborhood roughly around the same time that Dimitri came into the neighborhood. They believed he may have been followed by this vehicle.
What was he doing there? Why was that person there? Did somebody get dropped off? That all of a sudden becomes your new lead.
But after reviewing more footage, the lead goes nowhere.
At some point, the black SUV stops at a different house and eventually it just goes on its way. That leads police to believe that the black SUV had nothing to do with the crime.
However, the SUV isn't all that the cameras caught on tape. The footage records Dimitri driving into the neighborhood in the car the killer would later use for his getaway.
Dimitri Dale's vehicle, moments before it gets to Makiva Jenkins' house, it stops for some reason.
A few seconds later, the detectives have the answer.
There appears to be someone getting out of the passenger side.
Someone is with Dimitri.
The footage is very grainy, so it's really difficult to make out who the person was.
But one thing is crystal clear.
There's something that Dimitri's not telling them.
Detectives investigating Makiva Jenkins' murder have just found video of Dimitri Dale dropping someone off a few doors down from the crime scene.
This mystery person immediately raises alarms.
Dimitri never mentioned that there was someone else with him while he was driving to Yuri and Makiva's house.
However, before bringing Dimitri in for further questioning, detectives received the forensic report on his stolen car.
The shooters described taking the vehicle.
Unfortunately, CSI didn't find any usable prints that could help identify the shooter.
But they don't come away completely empty-handed.
When they searched the car, they found receipts from fast food restaurants.
There were receipts on the day of the murder.
Hoping to learn the identity of Dimitri's passenger, detectives subpoena the security footage from the fast food restaurant.
We're gonna have security cameras, and they're looking to see if they can identify anybody else in the car.
When the police look at the footage from the drive-thru, they notice that there was a gentleman in the car with Dimitri.
One video even shows the man getting out of the car.
It was about 10:30 at night, and you see on camera a black male get out of the vehicle and help push the car out of the drive-thru.
They don't know whether it's broken down or it's out of gas, but there's Dimitri Dale, and there's a mystery individual, roughly 4 hours before the murder of Makiva Jenkins.
Ready to confront Dimitri, detectives bring him to the station for a second interview. But if that's the case, who was the man on the surveillance footage seen exiting his car inside Makiva's neighborhood?
Why is it that Dimitri failed to mention this person's name when he was questioned initially?
They're asking themselves, what motive does Dimitri Dale have to want to end the life of Makiva Jenkins?
After Dimitri's second interview, the detectives bring 21-year-old Jovan Joseph in for questioning.
They want to talk to him and find out exactly what he knows and precisely what is his involvement here.
Jovan says, yeah, I was over there earlier.
Dude told me he cut hair.
Yuri?
Yeah, that's his name.
Jovan was a relative unknown. He appeared to be a stranger to Makiva Jenkins.
He also confirms that Dimitri gave him a ride home around 10 o'clock.
He actually has an alibi. He said that he was at the hospital at 2 o'clock in the morning visiting a friend.
He tells them that was what I was doing at the time of Makiva Jenkins's murder.
But when detectives follow up with the hospital, his alibi isn't so airtight.
There is a record of Jovan Joseph visiting a friend at the hospital.
However, according to the visitor log, he signed in at 3 o'clock that morning, not 2.
This is about an hour after the murder had occurred.
He's lying, and the question remains, where was he?
Police begin to suspect that there's more to the story with Dimitri and Jovan.
Looking for some answers, the detectives ask Makiva's brother, Marquavius, to also come back in for another interview.
Now, what can you tell us about Jovan Joseph?
Not much, really.
Way says, I don't know Jovan, but he was at the home earlier that day.
Dimitri had a friend that came over, ended up getting a hot top fade.
There's something funny about it, though, something I've been thinking about.
They were talking amongst each other. Yuri, Dimitri, and Jovan. I'm in the garage playing the game, and I just see them all huddled up.
When they were leaving, Dimitri and the other dude went out to the car.
Yuri was leaned over in the window and was talking to them. And Quay said that he was talking to them for about half an hour.
So I get up. I go over there where they at to try to at least tune in or see what they talking about, put my little 2 cents in.
Makiva's brother says an awkward silence followed.
Everything just went quiet when I got around. Nothing was said. Everybody just looking at each other.
What were they talking about?
I don't know.
Before I walked up, they were just having a full-blown conversation.
Is there some type of plan being hatched?
Makiva Jenkins' brother has revealed to investigators that hours before she was murdered, her husband Yuri may have been plotting something with his friend Dimitri Dale and a man named Jovan Joseph.
Jovan was the man that police suspected may have been Makiva's killer.
Jovan, Dimitri, and Yuri were talking by Dimitri's car for about 20 to 30 minutes.
A few hours later, Makiva was dead.
So now the situation goes from random to personal.
Police start looking deeper into the relationship between Yuri and Makiva.
From all appearances, this was a couple that was thriving together and growing together.
But when detectives get a call from Makiva's friend, Natasha Williams, a different picture of the couple's relationship starts to emerge.
They start to see that there were some issues in the relationship.
Makiva had confided in Natasha that Yuri had cheated on her with different women.
Natasha Williams said he had been cheating on her for years.
Until, according to Natasha, Makiva finally had enough.
She started distancing herself from her husband emotionally. She started holding back from him financially.
She wants out of the relationship. She was planning on getting a divorce.
Could that be the motive behind her murder?
Makiva was the breadwinner in this marriage. She had a lucrative business. So if Makiva were to divorce Yuri, that gravy train would go dry.
Everything that you've known for the last 6 years of your life is now being threatened.
According to Natasha, that may not have been Yuri's only motive to murder Makiva.
She was pregnant with another child.
Makiva, a mother of 3, about to become a mother of 4.
Natasha said that the pregnancy had put Makiva's divorce plans on hold.
The fact that she wanted a divorce but decided to stay with her husband because they were expecting another child was a testament to how important she thought family was and how much she was willing to endure for the sake of trying to keep her family together.
But Natasha says Yuri didn't see things the same way.
When Yuri found out that Makiva was expecting again, he was not happy about that.
If she had the baby and then they ended up getting a divorce, he would have to pay more in child support.
He was already struggling to pay child support to Courtney's baby.
I didn't know. I don't even think my grandmom or my mom knew. I definitely didn't know until after the fact. I'm like, oh, whoever did this, man, they really just gotta pay.
This young woman who is carrying this developing life in her body, and she's fighting for life for over 3 hours in the hospital after being shot in the head and tragically losing her. That is extremely difficult because you lose her and you lose that child. That is a tremendous loss for her family.
There's a loss of so much potential life, potential future. And when the death happens before a baby is born or when a child is very young, that feeling is even greater.
Being a veteran homicide detective, that's the worst feeling in the world. You have an unborn baby that had nothing to do with anything, and now is an innocent victim. It motivates you to look even closer to find out who would shoot a pregnant female and take the life of an unborn baby.
But does that mean Yuri was behind the murder? When the detectives dig deeper into the couple's financials, they find yet another reason Yuri might have wanted Makiva dead.
Police discover that there was a $500,000 life insurance policy that Makiva Jenkins had taken out. $500,000 can be a pretty good motive for someone to commit a crime.
Hoping to confirm Yuri was after a big payday, detectives reach out to the insurance company.
When police actually looked into the policy, they found out that Makiva had changed the beneficiary information and made her grandmother the beneficiary.
Yuri thought that this $500,000 policy had him as a beneficiary.
He contacted the company about getting his money, and he was shocked when they told him that he's not the beneficiary.
When he's told he's not the beneficiary, he says, wow. And then he asks who the beneficiary was.
They told him, we can't reveal that information. And his response was, there's no way she could have changed it in time.
That's not a normal reaction for somebody calling about a beneficiary on a life insurance policy. That's a confession.
Now convinced that Yuri was behind Makiva's murder, detectives still need more evidence to file formal charges against him.
The detectives subpoenaed cell phone records from both Yuri Jenkins and Jovan Joseph, hoping to tie them together.
According to the phone records, there was no direct contact between Yuri and the suspected shooter.
That didn't mean Yuri and Jovan wasn't in communication in some kind of way.
The phone records showed that there was just constant communication between Yuri and Dimitri and Jovan.
Based on the records, detectives figured that Dimitri acted as the go-between.
The records also reveal that Yuri isn't exactly a grieving widower.
4 days after the murder of his wife, Yuri had text messages between him and Courtney, his baby's mother, already talking about how good the sex was between the two of them. His wife had just been murdered, and he's already talking about sex.
When detectives turned to Jovan's phone records, they put him at the scene of the crime.
Cell phone records show that his cell phone pinged from a tower a half mile from the Jenkinses' home shortly before the murder.
Javon says he was at the hospital at the time of the murder. There was no way he could have been at the hospital when the cell phone was pinging at the location where the victim was.
Javon Joseph could very well have been the shooter.
Figuring Dimitri is the key to connecting Jovan to Yuri, detectives bring him in for another round of questioning.
We're going to talk about some stuff. I need you to be honest, because don't hide anything. It's just going to hurt you.
Yeah, I don't have the reason to.
You don't confront him. When you confront him, then he can say, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
I want you to clarify that this is you sending the messages to Javon, or back and forth with Javon. And then you can explain what you mean by these things.
Once Dimitri finds out that the police are on to the fact that he knows more than he led up to, he realizes that there's no more room to tell lies.
It's not that I was trying to cover for them, I just didn't want to say nothing.
You said you did.
I just didn't want to say nothing, so if that's covering...
You did cover for them, man.
I did lie.
He told the police that Yuri talked to him about wanting to have someone killed.
And I was just saying, listen, man, I don't want nothing to do with this. You need to watch who you talk to, because, people can go and they saying you running your mouth, this and that, but he kept pressuring.
And so he put Yuri in touch with Jovan.
Although that was all Dimitri claimed to have done.
He initially said that he didn't know what happened between them or what they'd arranged.
But the detective keeps pushing.
You let him keep talking. You let him keep changing the story, because every time you change the story, you can go back and say, oh, by the way, you forgot to tell me about this.
I didn't hear that.
Eventually, Dimitri admits Yuri had paid Jovan to kill Makiva.
When I talked to Jovan, he told me the truth. He said, your boy offered me $1,500.
He also admitted that he gave Jovan a ride to the house on the night of the murder.
This confirmed their theory that Jovan was the man seen getting out of Dimitri's car in the Jenkins neighborhood just moments before the shooting.
Do you know that the state attorney's office prosecutor still can charge you as an accessory, okay, or conspiracy to commit murder on the surface, but I wanted to use you as a witness, okay?
Mm-hmm. He's caught and he knows he's going down and he's trying to cut a deal.
He actually starts cooperating with the police. He began to wear a wire every time he had conversations with Yuri.
In these recorded conversations, Dimitri tells Yuri something to the effect of Jovan Joseph was really eager to get the rest of the money that he said Yuri promised him.
That's not all Dimitri tells him either.
He told him Jovan was talking to the police.
Yuri's response to that was to tell Dimitri to tell Jovan to shut up.
He's like, hey, shut all that down.
Detectives in Palm Beach County, Florida, have convinced Yuri Jenkins' friend, Dimitri Dale, to secretly record their phone conversations.
They was hoping to catch Yuri making admissions about his wife, Makiva's murder.
But Yuri plays it cool.
He shuts Dimitri down and told him to stop talking and don't say anything else.
So the detectives try a different approach and take Jovan Joseph, their third suspected conspirator, into custody.
This is a very important time in your life, but you also don't want to be the only one taking the fall.
Taking the fall for what, bro? I still...
At first, Jovan denied all of these allegations.
I didn't shoot this lady. I didn't do nothing.
You're going to let Yuri just walk away?
Instead, he claims Yuri and Dimitri are trying to frame him.
And those are two guys you guys should really be looking at, you feel me?
They're interrogating him, and it just seems like one stream of lies after the other, and nothing about his story is checking out.
Feeling the heat, Jovan keeps trying to talk his way out.
Jovan Joseph is slowly becoming more forthcoming with police. One of the things he tells them is that he needed money.
My mom's getting kicked out of her house. We don't even have the money to freaking move. We don't even have money to move, bro.
Jovan kept talking and talking.
He even admits that Yuri showed him a gun once.
Why all of a sudden would he just show you a gun?
He started like bragging, bragging.
What exactly did he say?
Like, oh, you feel me? If somebody come test me or whatever, I got this. A lot of people do that. Feel me? That's not the first person that ever did that.
But eventually he starts giving them bits and pieces of information.
Javon was caught. His only option to save his skin was to point the finger at Yuri Jenkins.
Backed into a corner, Jovan finally admits his role in the murder.
I was really just trying to help him out, but really, to be honest.
His confession gives detectives more than enough evidence to take Yuri into custody.
With the testimony of his best friend and the trigger man, they had what they needed.
You should be charged with first-degree murder. McKee.
What?
Yuri denies being involved in the murder of his wife.
Man, I would not kill my wife, man.
Well, of course you wouldn't, but you had somebody do it.
He's defiant. He doesn't realize he's been taped. He doesn't realize that everybody turned on him.
But he soon will.
People roll. I'm just going to be straight out with you.
People roll? What do you mean people roll?
Javon, Dimitri.
Rolled up on and did what?
They gave up the information.
What kind of information?
Well, the fact that you contracted Javon to do this.
Trapped, Yuri turns on Dimitri, insisting this friend can't be trusted.
He put together a robbery to rob the youth pastor at our church a few years back. He's done so much little stuff, and it's like I'm always there to help him, to pull him out of the hole he digs himself in, and then now he freaking tries to drag me in this shit?
Yuri even suggested that Dimitri came up with the whole thing in order to rob him and Makiva.
He probably thought that we had something in the house, maybe cash.
Yuri never admitted to anything that would implicate him in the murder of his wife.
But thanks to Dimitri and Jovan's statements, detectives are able to charge him with first-degree murder. News of Yuri's arrest comes as a shock to Makiva's family.
I had so much love for Yuri that I didn't want to believe that he actually did that.
It never even dawned on me that it was him.
When the case goes to trial in May of 2022, Yuri is the only defendant that stands before the judge.
The prosecution cut deals with Dimitri Dale and Javon Joseph to testify against Yuri Jenkins.
Javon Joseph was actually the trigger man, but he ended up getting a second-degree manslaughter charge with no more than 20 years.
Dimitri was given a probationary sentence of 15 years for manslaughter.
According to the prosecution's star witnesses, Yuri's motive was money.
Makiva was doing very well. She accomplished her dream, and she was going to take him with her. Before he cheated on her, he could have just walked away, but instead he paid those guys to kill her with her money. He had her killed, thinking he was going to live in a big house with the insurance policy.
There was a policy of $500,000 that Yuri Jenkins thought was coming to him.
He wanted everything, the house, the car. He wanted it all.
So he started working on a plan.
He went to his closest friend, Dimitri.
They wanted to throw police off the scent. They wanted to make it seem as if this was some random act.
Which is where Jovan Joseph came in.
Jovan was just some kid that Dimitri knew. There was nothing tying him to Yuri and Makiva.
Everybody was hoping that they get a piece of that insurance policy that he was going to get after she died.
But first, they'd have to get away with it. And Yuri had a plan for that too.
Yuri Jenkins bringing Marquavius there was part of his plan to throw police off the trail.
He was real smart to have the brother there. The brother's reaction took the suspicion off everybody there.
They plotted all this up under me, under my nose, played me like a fool.
Their plan unfolding perfectly. Jovan went upstairs, pretending that he was looking for Makiva's mother.
They wanted the whole angle involving the mother the focus instead of this plan for Yuri Jenkins to get this money.
Then he finally slipped into the bedroom. and shot Makiva in her sleep.
During the trial, when they asked Jovan, why'd you shoot her in the head, his reaction was to finish the job.
The only silver lining in this is that she was sleeping. She didn't even see it coming.
The defense can't dispute the killer's own testimony about how Makiva died, but they have their own theory about why she was murdered.
The defense's theory of the case was that Dimitri Gale felt like he had something to gain by orchestrating this killing, and Dimitri and Jovan had framed Yuri.
The jurors reject the defense's claims, finding Yuri guilty of first-degree murder.
He was the one who set it up, thought he was going to get away, had the great plan, and it didn't happen.
Yuri ended up getting life in prison for being the mastermind.
For Makiva's mother, a life behind bars isn't enough.
It's too easy of a punishment when he's in the grave down under, like my daughter is. That's when I'll be extremely glad.
And the pain of losing her will never fully heal.
Every day I wake up, I miss my daughter.
I could never forget. I won't never forget. I just can't get past it, and I don't think I ever will.
Bây giờ nó sẽ tỏa người tuyết màu xanh ra trời.
Ông bọn ba và bạn Đức bỏ bút cho nhau, bút đá đỡ cho nhau. Trung Đức thì vẫn chưa hiểu vấn đề, cứ đang tưởng ấy. Bảo chuẩn tao nghĩ tranh mèo. Bảo Trung Đức với Hùng ở nhà đi. Văn Toàn còn bảo bạn là Hoàng nhưng không biết có đá được không, thì bảo 52 cân gầy gầy nhưng chưa thấy đá bao giờ. Hay là cái ông gầy trước hay đá bóng ở Hoàng hay đã đi nhỉ? Phải gầy cái vậy ở Hoàng. Đâu ông nếu như thằng ấy thì ông Hưng phải biết chứ. Mẹ bảo phạt nhân 3 không biết cái không biết sâu của trưởng nhóm.
Sẽ sâu của trưởng nhóm.
Kết quả nó đang bảo phạt Trung Đức ấy, Trung Đức chú quân của ảnh quả quyền trưởng nhóm ở trong nhóm xã hội.
Có ai kích được trưởng nhóm không rồi?
Anh kích bố phải đi, bố phải động tiền này.
Đội bụng căng thẳng rồi.
Sao còn kích bác mới sao?
Đội bụng anh em căng thẳng thế. Phía sau có đàn chưa